Good morning, everyone. We are going to gavel in this morning, and as I call us to order, our next item of business is to give invocation. And please stand for invocation and remain standing as we will proceed with the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America and to our Texas flag. And Commissioner Modis, would you be so good as to give us invocation this morning?
Please bow your heads. Dear God, we thank you for today and the blessings that you give us in our community. Watch over this court and give us discernment as we work to do the will of the people. We pray today that as we work hard, we know that the people of Nueces County and this community are working harder to fight against COVID and just to serve the community with all of their needs. We pray for them, their families, our community, and our world as we continue to battle through this virus, and we pray that it will be removed so that we can go back to a life that is less fearful and be able to enjoy the beauty that you've given us. Thank you for today and these opportunities. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible.
Thank you so much, and thank you for joining us here this morning. At this time, I'll note for the clerk that it's July 21st, 2021. We are at 901 North Leopard at the Nueces County Courthouse on the 3rd floor in Commissioner's Courtroom. And I do note that the time is 9:08 a.m., and I do certify that all commissioners are present, and therefore a quorum has been established. Tim, good morning. We're going to have you do a safety briefing, and I'm going to have Annette on deck right after you.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. We're meeting here today on the 3rd floor of the Nueces County Courthouse located at 901 Leopard Street. There are restrooms located on the right-hand side of this floor next to the drinking fountains. There are 6 fire extinguishers located throughout the 3rd floor atrium area. Please make note of the closest fire extinguisher near you. AED devices are located on every floor throughout the Nueces County Courthouse. This floor's AED device is located next to the Human Resources Office in the event of a cardiac emergency. Participants responsible for dialing 911 will be Connie. Participants who are CPR certified in attendance this morning are Dale and myself. In the event of an evacuation, the court's egress route will be down the atrium stairs exiting the La Paz Street entrance, and once across the street, dispersing in the parking lot for security purposes. Should there be a need to shelter in place, the court and attendees will remain in the courtroom. Depending upon the severity of the incident, the courtroom's double doors will be secured and remain so until given further instructions from the Nueces County Sheriff's Office or other law enforcement agencies. Our shared safety topics today are for COVID-19 and the 3 W's. First one being, wash your hands. The second W is watch your distance. And the third one is, wear your mask if not fully vaccinated. It is highly recommended that a mask be worn in public areas. That concludes my safety brief.
Thank you so much, Tyner. Next on our agenda, but I'm doing a little bit of movement here. I understand we've got some public comment. So what I'm going to do is, Annette, if you have the time, I'm going to let you piggyback on the safety briefing. With us this morning to augment our safety briefing is Director of Public Health, City County Public Health, that is, Annette Rodriguez, and then we'll do public comment, and then I'd like to bring you back in for our COVID discussion. But if you would just take a few minutes to give us more safety briefing, and then I'll let public comment stand, and then we'll bring you back for the COVID piece.
Okay, so yes, definitely, you know, I think everybody here is aware that we're seeing increase in our number of cases. I think yesterday we had 148 COVID cases in Nueces County when we had been really around 20, 25 cases for the last month or so. And so those individuals, like was well said, if you're not vaccinated, you should be wearing a mask. Also, if you're immunocompromised in any way and you're in a congregate setting such as this, you should also be wearing a mask for that extra additional protection. And children always, 11 and younger, should be wearing a mask, or 2 and up should be wearing a mask because there is no vaccine for them. And then other children that are not fully vaccinated should also wear a mask. So that's all I'll say at this time. Thank you, Judge. We'll turn it over to public comment.
Thank you so much. And so Tyner stepped out, but Connie, would you be so good as to, I understand I've got one hand raised, and Tim, I will get to you, but first this morning, I've got, actually, Tim, you are first signed up this morning, so you do get to go first. Connie, would you please unmute Mr. Dowling? And even though I know your name, for the record, Tim, would you please state your name again and your address for the clerk?
Certainly, Judge. My name is Tim Dowling. I live at 8017 Villafranche. And before you start the clock on my remarks, I really want to express my thanks to you, Judge, and to Ms. Rodriguez. The leadership that both of you have shown in this exceptional time with COVID has been very impressive. And you've been both of you wise and steady hand, and most appreciated. My remarks to you this morning concern redistricting. I've been a lawyer in Corpus Christi for 40 years and come to learn much about redistricting law recently as part of the Fair Maps Texas organization and from CLE seminars. I gave a 10-page memo to Ms. Corwin yesterday for each of you that I hope you received. I gave it to the city council yesterday as well, and I think it all applies to you. If you just take out the word city and put county, I think almost all of it will work. Attorney Jose Garza correctly told you on April 28th that you must redistrict. The last federal district court's rule in July 2019 told the legislature that you must have a fair and open redistricting process. As a political subdivision in the state, I believe this body is legally required and morally required to comply with the same obligation. So how do you do it? You could have an independent redistricting commission. You could have a transparent process with the court as the decision makers, or you could do a deal struck out of public view. The best would be to go with an independent redistricting commission, often called an IRC. I've explained that on pages 3 to 6 of my memo with some detailed procedures, but the big picture is you'd have independent people equally balanced between Democrats and Republicans, process open to the public, and no map approved without bipartisan support from the members of the IRC. But if you're not willing to do that, or you don't think you have time for the upcoming election, please use a transparent process that I've outlined in pages 7 and 9 of my memo. And the main points, there'd be 3 public hearings. An attorney would prepare proposed maps, but the public can also submit maps, and you approve one of the maps. Consider sharing the legal expense of the city by using the same attorney, and Mr. Garza seems to me very well suited to the job. I read his memo to the court in March and saw his testimony on April 28th. He seems a very impressive fellow. But the only thing that troubles me about what I read and saw was that he apparently proposes a process that would have the lines drawn without any meaningful public input. He said he would meet with each commissioner individually to, quote, find out what is important to you, which I believe means tell me how you want your lines drawn. Page 4 of his memo makes it clear why this is proposed, quote, to preserve the attorney-client privilege and avoid any issues with the Texas open meetings laws. No two of you, of course, can subsequently discuss county business without violating the Open Meetings Act. And I don't believe the attorney-client privilege would apply to a commissioner's discussions with Mr. Garza or any other lawyer. The lawyer's client is the county, not any particular commissioner. But even if the attorney-client privilege did apply, it can't be used to sanitize an Open Records Act violation by Commissioner A talking to Mr. Garza, he then talking to Commissioner B, telling B, A says he will move his lines this way if you move your lines that way. One cannot use an attorney to circumvent the requirements of the Open Records Act. So what I would ask you to do is to approve an IRC as soon as possible. If that's not possible due to the proximity of the 2022 election, please use it for 2024 and then use the transparent process outlined in my memo. No doubt some of the procedures in my memo could be improved, but don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Either process is way better than a map that is a product of confidential talks with the lawyer who produces a map. That sort of deal struck in darkness will almost surely generate public mistrust and likely even ill will among the public. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have now or in the future. Thank you for considering my remarks.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I'll just remind you, we don't get a chance to ask questions at this point, but I know that I can at least say that we do have a copy of the handout and we do appreciate your public comment today. And so I'll move to the next person, who I have listed as Brian Watson, if you would approach the microphone, please, sir. Yes, sir, the one back there.
Morning, Commissioners, Judge. My name is Brian Watson. I live at 5813 Hugo Drive in Corpus. Quickly, I have a handout for each of you. My concern and why I'm here today is this seeming preoccupation with veterans and their contributions and what have you. I don't understand exactly what's going on, but I have some information here on the Vietnam War, which I'd like for each of you to look at. This is a copy of a book about Lyndon Johnson, copy of the cover, so you'll know what I'm talking about. This is an excerpt from the cover of the book, The Shadows of Power, the Council on Foreign Relations and the American Decline. And in the last page is a copy of the cover of the book, Dereliction of Duty, Lyndon Johnson, Robert McNamara, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and the Lies That Led to Vietnam. If you would just look at this as you have time, I'd appreciate it. Maybe set the stage for a better understanding of what it is that veterans are dealing with and what their real needs are. I certainly can't blame that situation on them. It wasn't their fault, but whoever was to blame kind of got away with it anyway. I served in the Navy Reserve for 3 years as a hospital corpsman attached to the Marine Corps Reserve, and I know how things are difficult for the military all the time. So anyway, I'll leave this with Tyner.
Yes, with Tyner. Tyner, would you grab those for us? Thank you, sir. He'll make sure we get them. Appreciate your comment. The next person who signed up is Daniel Zamora. And just so you know, you'll be followed by Bobby Chestnut.
My name is Daniel Zamora. My wife and I have lived in the Valley View subdivision, also known as County Road 52B area, for the last 30 years. Before May 19th, we never had floodwaters come into our home. We've experienced all the normal weather events, including very heavy rains, without getting water into our homes. Then on May 19th and again on July 8th of this year, water came into our home. That's twice in 6 weeks. The ditches and culverts along County Road 52B are being cleaned out right now as we speak. Some of the culverts are significantly restricted. This is, or should be, a normal routine Nueces County Public Works Maintenance Division should be doing regularly. At the southeast corner of the area, at the end of County Road 52B, where all the water runoff from the subdivision goes, there is a single exit point that goes under a water canal. A few years ago, the 3 to 4 foot diameter corrugated metal drainage pipe running under the canal was replaced with much smaller concrete pipes. This has severely restricted the amount of water that can get out of our subdivision. Now, when there's heavy rains, the water levels do rise, and they have a difficult time getting through those smaller pipes. In the last 30 years, after significant rain events, water levels do rise significantly during storms, but they immediately start receding when the rain stops. That's problem number one. Problem number two, in addition to this, there is construction going on just north of our subdivision, and that construction has also caused drainage issues because the runoff from that construction site goes directly into our neighborhood. And we've been told by the commissioner and the engineers that project is being done by the city of Corpus, and Nueces County has no responsibility for that project. That's a second problem. The third problem is a subdivision just west of our subdivision. Farm to Market Road 1889 runs north and south through there. So that water from that subdivision also flows in 3 areas into our subdivision. Nueces County Public Works folks have told us that the Lakes subdivision are also part of Corpus Christi, and Nueces County has no jurisdiction regarding them either. So, we were told that the drainage issues along both sides of FM 1889 is the responsibility of the Department of Transportation, and Nueces County Public Works, again, has no contact with the Department of Transportation. I would think that the water coming over the road, FM 1889, would at least be a safety concern for the Department of Transportation. So these things that I've just indicated, and what seems to be a lack of planning and a lack of communication between Nueces County, the City of Corpus Christi, and Department of Transportation, these issues have caused a disaster in our subdivision. Now, we've been graciously promised by Commissioner Hernandez improvements, and we are seeing them. So we're anxiously awaiting those improvements. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zamora. Mr. Chestnut. Thank you. Can we just say you support Mr. Zamora's comments? We'll note those for the record, sir. Ms. Galloway? I'm sorry, it's Patricia Galloway.
Good morning. My name is Patricia Galloway. I live at 3628 County Road 52B. On May 19th, my house was flooded about 2.5, 3 inches through most of the house except my 2 boys' bedrooms. On July 8th, my whole house was flooded all the way through the boys' bedrooms. It was twice as much water as it was. I was up at 3:37. I got up. I went back to sleep about 4:45, and I was laying on my couch in my living room. Well, I got up about 5:45, swung my feet over, edge of the couch. I was ankle deep in water. I thought I was dreaming, and I kicked my foot and water goes flying across my living room, and I thought, I'm not dreaming. My house flooded that fast. I was almost in shock, to be honest with you. The first flooding was bad enough, but the second one really did a number on me. I texted my family right away, and I said, my house is flooded. I don't know what to do. Well, nobody could get to my house because everything was flooded. So anyway, my point is, another point is, other than this happening twice in 2 weeks, 6 weeks, we had a meeting at, I am neighbor to Dan Zamora. We had a meeting at his house about a week ago, I guess. One of our neighbors said that he had checked with the real estate agency, said that the value of our homes has dropped somewhere up to 75%. I'm a widow. I live by myself. This is all I have, is my house, my car, and an RV. Those are my main assets. The RV was, the water in the back of my yard was at least 2.5 feet deep. It was all the way to the bottom of my RV on the backside. I am really concerned about the value of my house. If I tried to sell it today, I don't think I could get 10 cents for it. And I know the county is out there working to dig the ditches out and everything, but I have been there 33 years, haven't flooded, and this is just devastating. If they don't fix the problem, what are we to do? And we can't sell the houses. I know in my line, there's 6 houses in a row that were flooded in the inside circle. So I just wanted to bring y'all's attention. Something really, really, really needs to be done, because this is us. And I don't know if any of you have ever had your house flooded, but it is a devastating thing to go through with the cleanup, all your losses. It is devastating. So anyway, and I will send all of my report to, I believe it's Deanna Davis, I think? Deanna.
King.
It's-
Deanna King.
Oh, okay. I will send all of my, when I get back to school, because I lost my computer in the flood. So when I get back to school, I will, today, I'll send all those folders to her. She can look at what I'm dealing with. We finished the first flood report, insurance, and now they're starting on my second claim. Anyway, it's a mess, and I appreciate y'all letting me talk today.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
The next person we have is Karen Vaughn, and followed by Roger Powell. And excuse me, I just want to say that, again, just to remind the public that might be viewing, so in public comment, just the rules of the game, allow opportunity for the public to speak, and we don't speak back. Please don't take that as anything but us following the rules, but I'm going to invite you, if your time permits, to stay with us. The next piece of our agenda will deal with disasters. Floods are a part of those disasters, and then there'll be an opportunity for us to say something. That's just if your time permits.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Yes, I'm Karen Vaughn, and I live on 3627 County Road 52B. And fortunately for me, my home was not flooded. However, I'm asking the court to consider the comments that Mr. Zamora made. Please, also, when you get into your agenda, and I noticed you're dealing with the issues you just stated, Judge, please remember those of us out in northwest area of Nueces County that are not in the city limits. And I would appreciate anything you could do to help me and my neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. The next person, yes, sir? Of course. Roger Powell.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. I appreciate you listening to me this morning. I think I'm going to answer a lot of these questions about the flooding out there. I also live off of, and I'm going to read this, Judge, and I'll get to my address
Okay.
in my comments.
Got it.
And I'm just going to go ahead and read it. Again, good morning, Judge, Commissioners. I want to thank you for this morning for listening to me, but I warn you up front right now, Judge, that you probably not going to like me before I get through here. Your Honor, we have a big problem. And for the record, my house has been flooded 4 times. It's not nice. Saying we have a big problem in the northwest part of the county. When I say we, us, there's a whole lot and people that are moving in out there, and I mean a lot of us. Judge, it used to be the country when I moved out there. And for the record, I live at 3564 County Road 48. That's on the west side of Highway 77. I've lived there for 47 years. And out of that, I actually live between Highway 77 and County Road 1889. Judge, I've been fighting this flooding problem 45 of the 47 years that I've lived there. Judge, I'm tired of having water come through my house every time it rains more than 5 inches. It is now flooding in places that never have flooded, never have, and it's getting worse. Judge, by no means was I under any impression when I moved out there that I was going to be all roses and stuff. I don't have sidewalks and drainage or nothing like that. We moved there to raise our daughter, to have horses, to live in the country, and to be part of the 4-H and FFA programs. Judge, the first time it flooded out there, I'd been there about 2 years, and the water just came up to our ankles. Now it comes up to our knees and in some places to our waist. Judge, we can fix this problem if only someone would just listen to me or us. Judge, I'm going to talk about y'all's community. There was a 13 name petition brought before the county judge, and this was by the community that live off of, which is the community behind the new county road of 52. Anyway, it was given to the county commissioners because their neighborhood was flooding. The county dug a ditch to relieve the problem. Only, Judge, you cannot put water. It is against the law for one community to put water down on another community, and that's exactly what happened to us. We live downstream from y'all. The second time was when they built the Nueces Electric Co-op. They dug another ditch off a big water holding pond, and that water's now coming down on us. The neighborhood downstream off of County Road 50, they're now having water come into their homes and stuff like that, plus mine. My wife and others got a petition of 150 names. It was given to the county commissioners. At that time, County Commissioner McKenzie was our county commissioner. And guess what happened? Nothing. Nothing more than BS and a lot of lip service. And Judge, here we are. We're still fighting this problem. The Highway Department cut down 1889 5 feet. That highway, FM 1889 used to stop the water coming from that direction, but when they cut it down 5 feet, it now looks like a raging river, which all that comes down on all of y'all and me. They also did this on Highway 77, Your Honor. And now, when you go to the end of County Roads 48 and 77, they have to block it off during any kind of rain of 5 inches or more because it floods that highway or the access road there, and it stops the businesses down there from doing business because people can't get in there. I had a call. I called our county commissioner at the time, was Carolyn Vaughn, and Your Honor, she didn't even show me the courtesy of returning my phone calls. The only person that has ever tried to help us was Commissioner Mike Pusley. But every time he would try, someone or something would stop him. Mike came to my house one day and asked me how to fix this problem and to help him, or at least show him how to relieve it. Your Honor, that's all I'm asking here. By no means am I under any fantasies that you're going to stop flooding out there. All I'm asking you to do is do the work to relieve it. Just relieve it 6 inches or so, or a foot. The old farmers that showed me and Mike what it would take, and Mr. Mosley was the farmer out there. That now land has been sold in his Turfco grass company, which goes underwater. Judge, I met our new county commissioner, Mr. Hernandez, the county engineer, and the county roadway foreman, Mr. Jerry Garcia. And I've known Jerry for a long, long time. He's real good friends with my wife and everything. And together we stood out in a flooded road and we discussed how to fix this problem. Judge, it would take the help of the city of Corpus Christi, the city of Robstown, the DOT, the highway department, and a lot of this problem is the highways department and the DOTs. It's their fault they did it. And yes, Judge, I'm going to discuss something here that nobody likes, but it might take a rate to raise a 5-cent tax on everybody's taxes to form a flood commission Sinton did it. They had severe flooding problems, and they have a flooding commission, and they have solved a lot of their flooding problems. I know, Judge, when you ask to increase somebody's taxes, the people say, heck no. I guess when the people that live in the Kings Crossing area or the Oso Creek area start having the water coming into their homes, and it's going to happen because it has come very close to doing it, we might get something done. It's going to do, unless we do something to try to fix the problem. Judge, mark my words, that flooding is going to get worse. And it's also going to get worse in the city of Corpus Christi. Judge, I warned you at first of this, of our little get-together here today, that I would probably make you mad. Well, we're at that point. Judge, I found out the other day you have spent $400,000 to build a dog park at Hazel Baysmore Park. I had to go down there and see this for myself. First off, Judge, you're building that park right next to a playground. You're maybe 4 to 5 feet, 8 feet from a playground. Second, you're only about 4 foot or 5 foot from a swing set. Judge, kids are playing there or will play there. You have created, to me, a health problem. Kids, I guarantee you, will go into that dog park. And if you want me to tell you what the health problem is, I'll get into that if you want me to. But for right now, I'm just going to finish reading my speech. Judge, don't you think that we could have found better usage of that $400,000 for fixing the flooding problem? Or the very least, Judge, there's county roads out there, mine now. I don't mean potholes. I'm talking canyons. I mean tear the front end of your car, front end off holes that are in my road now. The only good sign there is they're fixing to redo that road. That's going to be another mess. But that $400,000 I think could have been spent somewhere else that fixes a lot of problems. I'll bet half the people in the county didn't know that you'd spent $400,000 for, to me, in a position that I am, to me that's a stupid thing to do. The money could have been spent elsewhere. Judge, I'm asking you, our county commissioners, the county engineer, and to anyone else that would like to come out and let me show you what I'm talking about in the way of fixing this problem. Judge, you might be surprised at what you might learn about that part of the county. I will use my truck, my gas, and Judge, I will even take you and whoever else would like to come. I might even take you out to lunch.
I like that.
And I'm going to leave you with one more thing, Judge. And I probably shouldn't say this, but I am. A wise man once said, bees don't waste their time explaining to flies why honey is better than crap. And, Your Honor, that's what I feel like we've been getting for 47 years. Just a bunch of crap. Please come out and let me show you how to fix this.
Thank
The
you.
only way to do it is to show you personally or somebody, Mr. Hernandez, I will be happy to show him exactly. And our problem, ladies and gentlemen, starts at your place and it goes all the way to Violet. They've got to fix the problem all the way to there. But as well as everybody sitting here knows what it's going to take. Money. That's all it takes. Thank you, Your Honor, for listening to me. Hope you didn't get too mad at me.
No, I didn't. Thank you for your public comment, and at this time, this concludes what I have, Tyner, on my sheet. And I'm going to take a quick look again to make certain there's nobody, welcome, nobody online that is waiting. If you are, please raise your hand by using your virtual hand. Seeing none, I'm going to move to at least ask, is there anybody in the courtroom at this moment that's here in recognition of one of our resolutions for my friend Gus Cargill?
I was told by Hugo Berlanga that Linda is
coming.
not going to
It's
come.
not coming. In that case, out of respect for time and a judge that needs to visit with us in a little bit, I'm going to postpone that, Commissioners, for a little bit later in our agenda. And it is very important, and but I think that we can skip it for right now. So I'm skipping item F1, and I'm going to skip, Dale, with your blessing, G1, and I'll be back to it to give its proper due. At this time, I'm going to move to general information reports, but Melissa, I'm going to warn you that I'm on a time constraint, and so I'm going to probably only do a little bit. Let's let Annette go first so we can get her back to the business of public health. And then I'll let you come in, if time allows, and talk about our disaster, our two disaster declarations on flooding. While these good people are here, they need to know who you are, and maybe we can at least make some comment. Although I do want to acknowledge that our Director of Public Works, thank you for signing up. But what I'm going to do, because it's really not appropriate for us to address, I'm going to have it on a presentation on August the 4th, Juan. August the 4th is our next court. I will let you make a full presentation. We'll invite the public back, particularly the people that have come. And that'll give us some time to visit with them individually, which is going to be a goal of mine. Is if you signed up and you want to talk about flooding, Melissa and I want to talk to you. And we're also going to give you a little bit of information so that we can provide you with some accurate, updated, info. I'm not going to address the dog park because that's not appropriate at this time. And I only wish I had that kind of power momentarily, that I would do all these things all by myself, but that's not how it works. It truly is a democracy up here, and we do govern as a whole. But I can't address flooding because I am the emergency manager, and I would like to do so in this segment, which we call General Information Reports. Annette, will you start us with COVID? And again, not to cut you short, but if you would give us the executive summary, we know that we need to hit some high points. And why don't you take us through those, and then we'll move
Sure.
straight to disaster.
Absolutely. So thank you for having me here today. It's just going to be a quick update. I do have a presentation, but I am still going to make it quick. Next slide, please. On this first slide, what I really want to point out is that for Nueces County, for fully vaccinated individuals, we have 40.44%, which is less than the United States at 44% and more than the state of Texas, which is at 39%. So the good news here, though, is that we have over 300,000, Judge, 303,000 individuals that have been vaccinated with at least one dose. So we just need them to come back and get their second vaccine, so we'll have more individuals that are protected. Next slide. The other part of that I wanted to mention is for those individuals that are eligible to get vaccinated, and we all know that's 12 years and up, they're at 47% of individuals that are here in Nueces County that are vaccinated. That's 47%. And then for the vulnerable population that we've all been so concerned about, 65 years and up, we're closer to 72% fully vaccinated. So with this slide, I just wanted to do a quick reminder that we had our first peak in July of last year. Our second peak was in January, right after the vaccines were released. And we started hurrying to try to get as many people vaccinated. And as you can see, those numbers started coming down. It looked like we had some control over this virus. But I want to focus on the next slide, on the last 2 months, June and July. And so if you look at June and July and you pull those out, you know, in June, we looked like we were doing okay, 200, 200, 200, 162. And then 4th of July week, it was about 200 cases of COVID-19. But then what happened about a week later? What happened was a 100% increase in COVID cases. And so that's kind of what we noticed. We noticed a blip, and we kept a really close eye on it. But what was more important is on the next slide. What was really troublesome to us was on July 8th, what we noticed, we had been kind of plateauing around 20, 30 hospitalizations a day for the last month or so. And we noticed that on July 8th, we jumped up to 42 hospitalizations in one day. And then the numbers continued to rise to 44, to 49, to 50, to 57, to 59. And yesterday, they were at 69 hospitalizations. So the hospitalizations was an increase of 245%, and the ICU cases was an increase of 155%. So that's very concerning. So what we really believe is that the 4th of July holiday was probably the culprit, combined with probably a more virulent virus that's circulating here, which is the Delta variant. And while we have not gotten an identification that we do have Delta here in Nueces County, we do believe that looking at these numbers, the Delta is here and circulating in Nueces County.
And just explain very quickly why we don't know. Explain how the state tests and that we don't test for Delta, that how it goes to the state. Explain that.
That's correct. So for the variants, and there's a lot of different variants. I think everybody knows there's the alpha, the beta, the epsilon, the eta, the lambda, the kappa, the delta, the gamma, and the lambda now. And so there's at least 10 variants that we're looking at. So when we test and we tell you you're positive for COVID-19, but we cannot tell you what variant you have. We only can tell you that you have COVID-19. In order to know which variant, it has to be genosequenced, and so we send that off to the state. And we had been sending off 5 samples a week, and the state had been testing, and they test about 5 to 10%. Now they've moved up to 15, and they're trying to get to 20% testing of all the tests that they receive. They're going to do sampling for genosequencing to find out which ones have the variant. Well, they stopped that about a few weeks ago. And so what we're doing now is if we have a case that looks concerning, and we had one like from a camp, we've had some camps over the summer, and so they were multi-jurisdictional, so we felt that it warranted sending it off for genosequencing, so we sent it to the state for them to do that. It takes about 4 weeks, though, for the state to get those results back, and we don't have them back. So we did see some of that. We also saw some, groups that all picked up COVID together, and we send out that as well for sequencing, and we send that out to Texas Tech. Texas Tech, working in combination with their LRN health department there, they are also genosequencing, and it takes about 2 weeks for us to get those results back, but we have not gotten them back at this time.
Okay.
So the variant that was the main variant, we all know, was the UK variant, the B117, but now the Delta has taken over, and it's about 57% of the
Got it.
variants here in Texas.
Okay, thank you.
Next slide. So the Delta, the B1617.2 from India, we initially identified it in December of 2020, and it's much more transmissible, and it's also more virulent. So far the study suggests that the current vaccines that we do have protects us against this virulent, which is really great news. But that's if you have 2 vaccines. So while I said over 303,000 citizens have been vaccinated, they haven't all come back. Only 145,000 of those individuals are fully vaccinated. So we need for them to return to get their second dose. If you have both vaccines for Pfizer and Moderna, it looks like, according to the Pfizer studies, it looks like you're at 88% protection. If you only have the one vaccine, you're closer to 33% protection against the Delta. So Next slide, and this is the final slide. And what I want to show here is that people that get vaccinated can have COVID-19. You know, they can actually have what we call a breakthrough case, and they can end up with COVID-19. But what we're seeing is that there are a lot more mild to moderate symptoms. That means the vaccines are working, and that's the really good news. So what we're following right now is we're following the people that have been hospitalized. So what we've seen in Nueces County is from those individuals that have been fully vaccinated, those 145,000 individuals, we've seen 145 breakthrough cases, which is about 0.1% of those fully vaccinated. Of those 145, 16 have been hospitalized and 4 have actually passed away. So it's important to know that because, you know, the individuals, the 4 that we know that passed away, they had other comorbidity, medical issues, cancer, other things. There was only 1 that did not have any that we know of. And then I have the vaccine status there, which just shows of the 145, 67 had received the Moderna vaccine, 51 the Pfizer, and 26 the J&J. And that's all I have, if you have any questions.
I'll offer commissioners to ask any questions. I just want to make sure that everybody knows, and we're going to hear from Melissa later, but we're still vaccinating every single day at La Palmera Mall. And the mall is open, we're open, and it's so convenient, it's so easy, and all 3 vaccines are available. And I just want the commissioners also to know that Annette and I and the city and Christus, our county health provider, are working feverishly, and I think we'll be able to announce a new public messaging campaign. We're calling it our why. There's always a why involved in why you decide that you making the best decision for you and for your family. We're not here to push anybody, but we are going to ask you, what's your why? We all have got one, and it's nice to share. So that public messaging campaign will be launched very soon. My hope is next week. You know, we're putting the final touches on it. But, and we're also preparing for children. We know that the government is going to give us some guidance through the state, through CDC, and we believe that children under 12 will be getting a vaccination in the very near future, and therefore that means we'll have a new role and a new responsibility, and we need you to know that we're prepping for that.
Yes,
So,
yes, 5 to 11 years of age, it looks like mid-September, the vaccine will be ready.
Okay.
And then from 6 months to 4 years of age, it looks like midwinter.
Right.
So yes, we will continue to vaccinate as quickly as we can.
thank you, Maggie. So our work is never done, and we thank you so much for all your work. This is a good presentation. It is available to you, commissioners, to study. And again, we're committed to bringing you the most up-to-date and transparent information. If there are no questions, we'll pause and ask Melissa to come in. And Annette, we're going to do more COVID discussions, most likely, but we'll let you get back to public health. And again, our gratitude.
Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa, I'm going to have you skip items 2 and 3 under general information reports at this time and move straight to the May and July 2021 flooding and rain events and get the update. For those of you at home, this is Melissa Munguia, Emergency Management Coordinator, and I'm certain that she's going to want to make certain that you have her number as she can capture your information and your data, and she can be a good resource for us. Melissa, I am going to ask for one more moment. Ms. Dorsey, I did make a promise to a judge at 10 o'clock. Do you think you could buy us a little bit of time, see if that's possible? I appreciate that. Melissa, please continue until I force you to stop here.
Sure.
On a pause.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners,
Morning.
and everybody that's here today regarding the flooding here in Nueces County. I just want to say that the first step is the documentation side. Obviously, we're in a pinch on these events as they are locally declared and haven't been declared further than that by the state or obviously the federal government. So these normal programs that open during a federal disaster, after a disaster, I should say, that individual assistance recovery process would open. And we would encourage you to go through that. Now, we're not seeing that right now. We're not seeing these 2 events being declared or being talked about being declared. But that doesn't mean, and I hate to even say it out loud, it doesn't mean that we're not going to have another flood event. It's the time of the year for those tropical systems. So there is potential there to have another event, which is good for you to be aware of and conscious of, but also know that that does kind of bring up the potential for us to clump all of these events together and get that declaration. Nothing about that is guaranteed, but it's a possibility, and it's what happened in 2015 when the floods were federally declared. One suggestion to you right now is to, because it is open, even though we don't have that declaration, you can go to www.tdem.texas.gov, and you're actually able to go on and start that initial process of uploading photos and documentation. Anything you've already paid for, if you have the receipts, all of that could be uploaded. That doesn't do anything for you right now, other than get you prepared if we do get a declaration or there's assistance programs that open. Where it helps you as an individual is it's keeping you on track in the recovery process on your own. We have a great social service department here, and we also have great volunteer organizations that are used to helping people recover after hurricanes, and it's very similar damages from storm surge as it is to having just flood waters enter your home. Very skilled organizations.
And our office will help you if you find that process frustrating and/or challenging.
Absolutely. And just so you know, the back page of my update notes here, I wrote all of your names, your addresses, and some of the statements you made so that we can make sure we have this on file in our office. I think I just want to take this moment to urge everybody, whether it's the flooding, it's a hurricane, it's a winter storm, the most important thing you can do is reach out to my office. Again, I'm Melissa Munguia. I'm the Emergency Management Coordinator for the county. We try to do our best to communicate with the commissioners. They call us when they hear things from you guys, but it's very important for you to reach out to our office.
And you'll give them your number.
Yes, so my office number is 361-888-0513. And since we're not always sitting right at our desk, my cell phone is 361-533-2355. And that is a 24/7-hour phone. So feel free at any time to reach out to us. I got more information and just you speaking in public comment than I've been delivered by phone calls and commissioners telling me that there's areas of concern. So it's super important for you as individuals and residents of Nueces County to reach out to us. We will make sure that you're at least starting those processes, connect you with the right people, give you whatever guidance we can, and help you start the process of potentially getting assistance. I don't want to see us have another occurrence here, a flood occurrence, but it's so very likely. And so at this point, we have to start recovering as individuals. And if there's another incident that occurs that kind of compiles and adds to this, there's potential there for more help to open. But at this time, that's really all I have, Judge. We do have some rain in the forecast, scattered rain over the next couple of days, but it's not looking like it's gonna drop a large amount.
Right, and if you'll just stay right there, I'm going to use my few minutes before, we are going to have to take a break, folks, but let me have you stay there and help me address some of the things that I think this audience would want to hear. Number one, we want to help you. And I'm looking at each and every one of you that came here today. And it's not just a want, it's a want backed with action. Since I took office here, we had three main priorities. One for me was modernization and infrastructure, the second was behavioral health, and the third was drainage. And we went to work immediately. And in December of 2019, this court, actually not exactly this court, but almost this court, because we have a different makeup now, not only hired an expert in the field of master drainage, but we went out for a big grant. And your problems, just as if perfectly described, you said, this neighborhood is flooding this neighborhood. Well, it's even bigger than that. It's that watershed is flooding this watershed, that's flooding this watershed, that's flooding the final one, 4 of them, all the way to Baffin Bay. And so it took us, and mind you, we did this during COVID. It took us a while, but we were successful. And we are signing that paperwork. We're getting $2.7 million, and we are going to figure out water flow. Now, I know that's not that comforting, because you don't want to study and you're not interested in 3D modeling, but it is what will solve the overall problem long-term. And that's why your idea and notions are very fascinating about a concept that has been discussed many, many times, which is a comprehensive tri-county drainage district that deals with the watersheds. We do have drainage districts, but they're very isolated. Now, I do want you to know, because he signed up here, and that means he cares, is that the Public Works Director came and was gonna he was gonna kind of answer you. That's really not usually how we do it. What we really wanna do is have him listen to you, follow up with you, and then bring all of us the presentation that will get us the answers and action that we need. And these floods, the reason Melissa's saying, please upload your photos, is that I declared a disaster. That's a role that I have under the government, Texas Government Code, Section 418. When I saw what had happened in May, what was gonna happen in May, and what was happening in July, we declared local disasters. Why? To avail ourselves of more resources. What does that mean? Equipment, pumps, money. It means the difference between helping and not helping. And I know you don't want to stay here all day, but to further emphasize, later in the agenda, you can take a look. There's folks here from Nueces River Authority, because we're going to go help the city of Driscoll, and we're going to help the city of Banquete, because they have problems too. And I know I haven't visited with you personally, but I can tell you that I have walked those streets in those communities, because when we put together this phenomenal, unbelievable, historic tri-county, we didn't just do it in isolation. We got support from the city of Corpus Christi, and they've hired their own folks, because you're right. You know who's next? Oso's next. You know how close they came? By the hair of their chinny chin, okay? And I promise you, I know exactly what you're talking about. But there are some quick fixes, but the big fix is very comprehensive, and it's very detailed, and it does require sophisticated modeling and engineering. Why? Because Melissa is an expert in extreme weather events, and what she knows and what she educates our team about in emergency management is why is it that he's lived there for 45 years? All of you have lived there. Don't you see something different? It's a pattern and a trend, and it's the cumulative effect. It's not just extreme weather. It's more building. It's more concrete. Ask yourself why Houston has the concrete flooding they have. What I'm trying to tell you is change has evolved over decades, and we can no longer dig our way out by cleaning culverts. It's bigger than that. But cleaning your culverts and opening your pipes will make a big difference. And what I want you to know is the county engineer has already, visited with me while you were talking, that he wants to come back and invite you back, if you're willing, on August 4th. And if you can't come here, we can show you how you can participate from your home. All you need is a computer or a phone. He wants to present some action items he can at least start. They're Band-Aids. The big thing is what we're doing, and it's really impactful. And we'd like for you to be involved in this discussion. And if it takes us coming out to you and sharing with you, but there's some people that you need to meet that are experts. While I am an engineer, I drilled wells for a living. I'm not a civil engineer. But we do have civil engineers that are experts. So the county is listening. The county is going to be active in an action mode. And I'm worried for you because of what Melissa said. As quick as we want to be, we still need to worry about you for these future floods. This is why having her number is critical. We can't pump our way out of everything, but sometimes pumps can help. Cleaning culverts, opening these pipes. Same thing happens in Port Aransas. Same thing also happens in London. And we're seeing it really affect our county in a way we've never seen before. Petronila, Tierra Grande, Robstown, underwater. We had our hands full within those 6 weeks. I am advocating for the governor, who will be in town soon, to declare this a disaster. Why? Because it keeps going up the chain of command. We've talked to our congressman. The more we get the declaration of the combined floods, the better it helps us help people like Nueces River Authority or you as individuals. But make no mistake, if you have an emergency, nobody's asking any questions, nobody's saying how much does it cost. We're coming to help you. We have high water vehicles, we have equipment, we have pre-positioned contracts, and we have a staff of emergency managers, including myself, that puts their boots on, and we will be there. We will do that. We have done that over the past 2 years. We are truly hands-on. You may not want to listen to the rest of this day, but when you go outside, please meet Melissa Munguia. I'm going to ask her to step outside and exchange cards with you, and she can give you more info.
And
But
Judge,
yes,
just too, I
yes,
think it's
go
important
ahead.
for everyone here to note now that we can talk about it on an item that's
Yeah.
pertinent to it. You know, we just received a large amount of funds from the federal government that we have been for the
Yes, sir.
COVID relief. And I think it's important to note because, as the gentleman said, everything costs money, and we've got these drainage problems all over the county. But we have been told that some of that money can be used
Yes.
for drainage issues. And I met with the consultants that we use on that yesterday and said, you know, in my precinct, because I represent the London area, they're having a lot of, maybe not as bad as you are, but they're having a lot of problems out there too. And that's what I think, and I'm sure the rest of the court has too, has told this group that our priority for this money are drainage problems because we've got them all over. And so there are some funds available that we think we can use for different problems that we have. We've also contracted to do a big drainage study. And I know that sounds like more studies, but you have to do the studies to be able to apply for the federal funds and some of the funding mechanisms. So drainage has been put, again, I don't speak for everybody up here, but I would say everybody on this court probably says drainage is the number one priority
Yes.
in Nueces County right now because we know what it is. And so we are looking very seriously at doing it. And one of the things that, again, may not affect you, but has affected the London area is our county engineer 2 or 3 years ago, came and said, hey, Commissioner, we're gonna increase these standards to where developers can't develop areas without developing to a 100-year flood, which means all these areas that are being developed in Nueces County now, instead of developing to a 5-year flood, which is what some of the things were before, you have to develop to a 100-year flood. Now, unfortunately, what we just got was probably a 150-year flood, which the rains we've gotten have been unbelievable this year. I think we've already gotten our amount of rain for the entire year at the end of June or something crazy like that. And I'm not making that as an excuse. This has been an extraordinary year. But I just want people to know, not only the people that are sitting here, but people that are out there listening, this is not something we're not working on. We are very much focused as a court on doing and improving drainage all over. And I understand your concern. If you haven't had a petition since McKinsey, I don't even know when McKinsey was in office, but this is.
With Bob Barnes.
Yeah, and this is not a lip service issue for us. You're gonna see millions of dollars spent in this county improving drainage, I believe, over the next several years. But we had to get it first. We didn't have those funds. We didn't have that ability just to go, because it's not, to raise millions of dollars, actually, it may be $1 billion problem in Nueces County. It's not 5 cents on the tax rate. It's way more than that. And so we had to go look for alternative fund sources, not just raising taxes, but other sources. So I think it is important to note that we hear you, and like I say, we couldn't make comment during your public comment, but believe me, I'm listening, and now that we're on an item that I can address it and not get in trouble with the county attorney, there's no lip service being given. I promise there are no lip service being given to drainage. I don't know personally about your problem. I don't represent that area. Commissioner Hernandez represents that very well. I think you'll find him to be not someone who gives you lip service, but will get out there and work his tail off to help you. That's what I've found him to be in the time that I've gotten to know him. And believe me, I've gotten rations of emails from people in my precinct also regarding this. So I just want to make sure that people know we are locked in on drainage. I mean, we are locked in on trying to do this. I don't know how fast. You may have a quick fix, sir, and believe me, if you do, I know Commissioner Hernandez will look at it and bring it back to us. We don't have a quick fix for the whole county, but we're working on it. And believe me, I'm sick and tired of driving around and seeing this stuff happen too. The school floods at London, neighborhoods flood out there. I mean, it's, and so believe me, it's tough. And the city of Corpus Christi handles the areas within the city limits, and then we're responsible for the areas in the ETJ. But
But this is going to take more than just us on areas like yours because of the fact that the drainage patterns that happen in other places affect, it all flows downstream kind of thing. So we've got to all work together to do it. And it's just not something we're giving lip service to. We really are working on it. We've spent enormous amounts of time already as a court. And again, that drainage study may sound like, oh, goody, here we go with another study. But it's a $2.7 million drainage study, I think is the right amount. Judge will correct me if I'm wrong. And we have to do that because once we have that in place and show what we already know, but we show it in a form that is in a legitimate study, then we can go apply for funds that we can't get right now and go apply for grants that we can't get right now because they want to see a drainage study and an up-to-date one. I think the last one we did in this county was, I don't know, 15 years ago or 20 years ago, and maybe back in McKinsey, I don't know. So I'm very sorry for your issues, and we're going to try everything we can to figure out something to help you all on this. But please, as the judge said, please get with Melissa because it's not a long-term fix, but we do have ways to help you if you call and let them know, to get out there and help on a temporary basis when stuff happens. I know that's not a long-term solution, but until the long-term solution gets put in place, we want to try to help you on the short-term solution too, so.
And just real quick on that note, Commissioner, I just want to bring up again our Hazard Mitigation Action Plan. It's due for update in 2022. So this is giving us an opportunity to reach out to new partners to be added specifically to the plan. This opens up grant opportunities, and it also brings kind of a cohesion between jurisdictions on the plan and other organizations that can add on. So we are reaching out to the water districts, the Nueces River Authority, to join in on our Hazard Mitigation Action Plan so that we can move forward, spend money together, and make decisions together as it pertains to flooding. And then, of course, the fiscal recovery funds. Emergency management is putting together summaries essentially for projects that I believe these funds should go towards, or at least some of the funds that really do have to do with flooding and flood control. So we're definitely thinking about it, and we're definitely looking at additional ways to bring this kind of coordinated effort to fix the flooding here in Nueces County.
I as well want to shine that I spoke to a lot of these folks over the weekend and walked those areas. And we promised you all that we were going to try and give you all relief as best we could. And when Mr. Pimentel called me and said, Commissioner, I need 2 grade-alls, the only place I can find them now is in San Antonio. We need to get them here. So he told me what it was going to take monetarily. So I got with Ms. Carmichael and Ms. King, my administrative secretary, told me what budget I could use. Ms. Carmichael did, and I called one. I said, get those grade-alls here, and the money's going to be pulled out of this budget. So I hope you all have noticed that they are working out there, okay? And we are trying to do our best to alleviate your problem, and especially we're going into the rainy season and hurricanes. We are in the hurricane season. So please bear with me and with all of us, and we're going to try and get out there and do the best we can. That I can promise. Thank you.
Melissa, thank you again, and thank you, Commissioner Chesney, for your comments. We're going to have a whole workshop on how we can prioritize that American Relief Plan Act. We'll invite you back again. That's why we kind of capture your name and address. It allows us an opportunity to say, this is happening. Commissioner Chesney is absolutely right. When the government decided to give counties money, they basically gave us arenas. They said it's water, wastewater, and broadband for infrastructure. It was so broad, it didn't quite tell us whether drainage or drainage projects would be allowed. But I now get to say this, you're hearing it and they're hearing it for the first time, is that yesterday I had the opportunity to speak to the Deputy Secretary of the Treasury who's in charge of ARPA, and we got to put that question to him, and he said he would get us an answer. My perception is that he felt very strong that drainage made what we call common sense. And so he was going to get us a really formal writing, because until I get that permission, then the auditor will say, yes, Treasury said you could spend on drainage, then let's spend on drainage. But the will is here to put forth the projects that will make the most difference, that we can do quickly, effectively, but at least, and it's a big factor, the money has been appropriated. Choosing the right way to alleviate the problem and not hurting somebody else downstream is really critical. And that's where I feel like we've done it wrong before. We've decided that we sort of maybe common sensed our way into detention ponds or retention ponds, and we never really understood our watershed. And this is where the state of Texas, all of us as voters 2 years ago voted to put $2 billion in the rainy day fund. And then that fund got made available to counties all over Texas. That's the money that we got. So it's very important to know how this all has been achieved from your state, who recognizes this is a chronic problem. And you know what? When we're not flooding, you know what we are? Dry. We're in drought. So they're extreme. And Brent is right. We hit over our 2015 flood mark. So our 2015 flood mark was 25 inches, and I think we hit 27. By the way, Scott Cross is here at Coastal Parks. We had a 911 issue out there with flooding as well. And we got by the hair of our chinny chin chin with some water pumps out there. So have you ever seen that cartoon, where you're just literally, putting that here and then it comes out here? And so we understand that this is super serious and it will be met with serious action. I hope that our words will at least give you pause to leave court today and to know that you made a difference by sharing your story. And I hope our words made a difference with you, knowing that we are with you, not just in rhetoric, but already in an action plan. I'd like to share all those with you.
Before they leave.
Okay.
I hear you. I feel like I'm talking to my constituents back in Petronila and Bishop when I hear you guys talking. But we're the last ones that get hurt, right? Y'all get hurt up here on the top, and by the time it goes down, we wind up in our area. Petronila, Bishop, Tierra Grande. We get the bulk of everything coming down. We get the bulk of it over there. And how do we deal with it? We're dealing with the same issues. So I hear you. I hear what you're saying because I hear it from my constituents also. And I feel for them, And I know the studies are good because they're going to benefit. It might take 3, 4 years, hopefully not, maybe 2 years. I'm like you. I want something now. I want infrastructure now. Let's work something on now. Whatever we can work on now, let's work on now. I don't want to wait for a 2 or 3 year plan, that's going to probably be good. But there's something, I want to know my thing is, what can we do now? And I know that's what you're asking. What can we do now? Even if it's a little bit, and I hear you. And I think that TxDOT can get involved, and they should get involved. I got them involved in Bishop. And when I call a meeting, they show up. Sometimes you have to call different people, right? But I think that all in all, and I agree with you, I think, we're going to wait for those plans. We need to do something now. And whatever we can do, let's do it. And so, but don't think, but I feel you're hurt really because my people feel it too. I say my people, my constituents in my areas, so, and I have to look out for them too. And we're doing the same thing. We're dredging ditches. We're making big 10-foot ditches there so water can flow. And, so whatever it takes, we just need to go out there and start doing it, little by little. By the time the plan comes, we should already done at least a third of the work.
Can I just express a little bit of concern?
Hold on, I'm talking just one minute. So, I'm just thinking that this is where I think we need to come in, that, like Commissioner Hernandez, I'm not sure is gonna work with you, Public Works will work with you. Commissioner says, I agree with everything he said. And remember, we got this money not because of something good. Everything happened that was bad, right? So we got those monies, or else we probably wouldn't have gotten the money to help you out as much as we can now. So bad things had to happen for us to get all this money, unfortunately. You had the freeze, you had the floods, you had COVID. So now we're getting money back from the county, federal government, the state, which is good. But we need to put that money up front also and start making it work, putting it to work. So I do hear you. So don't think that we don't. So, and anything I can do to help Commissioner Hernandez, I'm here to help also. So.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay,
I also, excuse me, Judge, I also want to add just one thing, and shame on me for forgetting. I want to give thanks to Public Works and to the Public Works crew that at my request, they worked overtime. They have been working overtime, okay? So thank you very much, Juan Pimentel, Jerry Garcia, and all the Public Works crews that are out there working, trying to get all this done in time. Thank you all.
Okay, Melissa, I'm going to put you on a pause, just because I've had Judge Klein here, and sometimes a woman's intuition is always a good thing. I'm just going to pause and ask a little bit of indulgence for everybody. We have a need at this time, commissioners, to go into executive session to hear a briefing from Judge Klein regarding security at the courthouse. And so I'm going to ask everybody to clear the courtroom. At this time, I'm giving notice that Commissioners Court may elect to go into executive session anytime during the meeting to discuss matters on the agenda as authorized by provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, and as authorized by the presiding officer, myself. We are going to employ sections 551, 071, 072, 073, 074, 75, 86, 87. And this is so that we can consult with our attorney, including matters relating to litigation, real property, gifts, personnel matters, county advisory bodies, security, economic development negotiations, and any other matter that's been deemed noticed as well on executive session. Upon completion, I will come back in and we will take action if any such action is needed and is appropriate on items discussed in executive session. For the clerk, the time is 10:22.
Judge,
My will is, yes.
quick question, are we doing all executive session
I
now?
was just about to say, my will is only to do security at this time because we haven't had a chance to do everything else. If you are here as a result of being a resource for us, stay put. If not, please clear the courtroom. I'm gaveling us out, 10:22. And Connie, take us off. Okay, great. We're gonna gavel back in, and the time is 11:20 a.m. And we did go into executive session for those members of the public that are watching virtually. We have no action to take at this time. It was merely a discussion. We only were able to accomplish one of our executive session items, and therefore later I will gavel us back in to address the rest of them. At this time, I am going to, again, I'm skipping around, but it is in the interest of government efficiency, and I'd like to call upon, under regular agenda item 3A2, receive the update on the 87th first called special Texas legislative session. And then that is going to be followed by, I bet, folks in the audience, so you can be ready on deck. We've got a presentation from the League of Women Voters. You will be following this presentation. In order to facilitate, we have Mr. Joel Romo on the line. We have Ms. Patricia Shipton on the line. And
Hugo's here.
Hugo is here. He was Deputy, would you ask Mr. Berlanga to also join us at this time? He's coming. Good morning, Joel. It's still morning. Will you be starting us today? I know there's a run of show. Mr. Berlanga, are you going to be starting?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Berlanga will be.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Oh, there's Joel. We can see you. Hi, Joel. All right,
morning.
Mr. Berlanga will start us up on the update. We've been in session since July 8th, Hugo, and looks like we've got another one coming in back to back. Why don't you give the court an update as to what's been going on and what this team has been doing?
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. As you pointed out, the session started. We've already had close to almost 300 bills that have been filed. And of course, they can't be considered unless they end up on the governor's call. And it appears that the governor continues to want to add some additional topics to that. In the meantime, we still have to monitor the 300 that have been filed because you never know what could appear as an amendment on anything that may be moving. And then, of course, we've also had some changes over in the Senate with the shuffling with, we have the chairman of finance, Jane Nelson, has indicated that she's not going to seek reelection. And the lieutenant governor has convinced her to stay around through the end of the year. Now, remember, the legislature is going to be appropriating all the money that's coming down from the federal government. I mean, the legislature does not want the governor to do it on his own, so it's going to go through the legislative process. So there's a ton of money that's coming down that's going to be allocated to the counties.
11 billion to be exact.
$11 billion is going to get appropriated. And so, but I'll let Joel and the others speak to that because they'll be in the middle of that process. So it's been a interesting session, but we continue to work because obviously the good thing is our delegation is here. They never left.
Chairman Herrero,
Chairman Herrero,
Chairman
Hinojosa, Todd, and whatnot. And we continue to have meetings through Zoom with Todd on TWIA and other issues that continue to come up, keeping everybody kind of in the loop. So we've been working, continue to work, and it's going to continue to be a busy session. And then, another note, Chairman Hunter has introduced a bill in the event that we do not get the census data in a proper and timely manner, that the elections will be held as they are today, and all districts will remain the same. So there would be no changes. And then we would not do redistricting until the following year. It's just a backup measure that he has filed, and that means that maybe the Commissioner's Court, I mean, there would be no changes, assuming that we do not get all that data in a timely manner. And so he's doing that that's a backup plan that that they've set out. Now, as you well know, the Democrats left. They broke the quorum, but that does not mean that there's work not being done and conducted. And Speaker Phelan has already made it clear that as soon as they come back and they have a quorum, he is going to work them around the clock to get everything done that needs to be done and the priorities that they've already set out. And so there'll be a lot of work. There's still a lot of work that's being done now. And I can honestly say that even though the most contentious bill has been the one dealing with the election, I mean, with the process, early voting and such, there was negotiations between the Democrats and Republicans on this issue. A lot of the things got removed. I think it's a much better bill. Some of the things that people are still objecting to do not affect us because we do not have 24-hour drive-by voting.
yeah.
Now, there's one little provision in there that I don't know how the people that do the early ballots are going to react to it. It doesn't matter whether you're a Republican or Democrat. I don't think we'd like to be able to have to put on your mail-in ballot the last 4 digits of your Social Security number. I mean, people are very guarded about, providing that kind of information, but we'll see what kind of reaction occurs with that. But by and large, that bill, with all the negotiations that went on, I think it's safe to say that at the end of the day, it's still a good bill. And we may not completely agree with everything in it, but I think it's something that we can live with. And again, because there's some provisions that don't apply. Now, the other thing is, and you'll hear about it later on today, because I've been working on it with Jim Reagan on the opiate. Mm-hmm. In fact, there's a meeting going on as we speak. It's probably still going. There was a global Zoom that is occurring. Everything has been settled. It's just a matter of working out the little final details. And like I had mentioned before, Nueces County, because you are the largest county in the region, you could very well receive additional money to help facilitate programs in the outlying areas. In other words, because we have a hospital district and other things in place, we have the infrastructure, you may well be providing services to some of the residents or in those communities outside of Nueces County. And so that would be not only a benefit to the region, but it also would allow Nueces County to play a leading role.
And all that's being discussed right now inside session.
Yes. And then, so anyway, but I'm going to turn it over to Joel and then Patricia to make some comments as well. And again, we appreciate the opportunity to represent y'all and look forward to the next couple of months, because I think some things are going to start happening rather fast and furious. Joel?
Joel?
Good morning. I'm gonna punt over to Patricia, and then I'll come in after that.
Okay, Patricia, you're next. Good
Yes,
morning.
ma'am. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Happy to be with you all today, even virtually. Hugo's right. The work continues. I've been up at the Capitol this morning. Some offices are there, had some good visits. I think for our focus today, and it's very timely, in the last meeting, I mentioned to y'all TWIA and how closely we were going to be following TWIA this session, or this interim rather. And actually, we've had a couple of conference calls with Chairman Hunter. I spoke to him even as late as yesterday afternoon and forwarded him the county's resolution that we submitted online. But TWIA today will hold its actuarial underwriting committee meeting to review an actuarial report that they got recently. Now, the rush on this and what Chairman Hunter and the coastal delegation is concerned about is that they were very successful in passing legislation this last session that we talked about when I was with y'all last month. They were successful in passing legislation that tightened and put some restrictions on TWIA and their rate increases. That law doesn't go into effect until September 1st. So the rush is to have this actuarial study taken up today. And then we really do anticipate, and our real fight will be in the August meeting where I think Chairman Hunter is correct in assuming they are likely to propose a rate increase. And so we've been working with Chairman Hunter very closely, trying to help shore up the coastal delegation. I know he works closely with members from the Galveston area, but it's all up and down the coast. And so that has been part of our mission there. Very grateful for the county's resolution. We will be monitoring that call. It starts at 1:30 this afternoon and we'll be online. They're not doing it in person. It's going to be all virtual, but we will be there and taking note on that. The other thing that I think is worth noting is that have been starting to have just some casual visits with legislative staff and staff in the Speaker's office. They haven't put out a request for interim charges yet. And as you know, because the legislature only meets for 140 days during the interim period, this 18-month period, the Texas House particularly, and the Senate to some extent, are very heavily invested in interim studies. This is where we vet those issues. And so have had a couple of casual conversations with different chairmen to start thinking about issues that might be coming up. I know Chairman Hunter has mentioned to us that he wants to continue on some of his priority issues, and that being coastal economic development, beach safety, human trafficking, those issues that we have been very participatory with him on. So we're starting to get feelers on those issues and starting to have those conversations with our committees of jurisdiction. And so those are very timely things that we're kind of working on during this interim period. I think that we can anticipate a next special session, however this one might end. And I think we will have a longer and broader list of issues to be considered. So look forward to that. It's kind of weird being in this limbo right now where we're just not really doing anything, but it's a really great opportunity to visit with those legislators that are here and get their perspective on things. Joe, do you want me to update anything else?
I think you've covered it for now.
Okay.
And I'll jump in here. Again, Judge, Commissioners, we appreciate the opportunity to serve y'all. We look at this right now during the interim as kind of a good sports analogy, as you're always getting ready. The game may not be taking place, but we've been training and preparing, and when the game is called back into action, we'll be ready. You're one of the few counties in the state that has an interim legislative agenda, as we have been walking that around the Capitol during this last few weeks. I will say, the game doesn't end on Fridays. I know Patricia and Hugo and I spent some time a couple weekends ago dealing at the request of urban counties on a Saturday regarding bail reform. And just, they shared some thoughts as both bills were being debated in House and Senate committees. The other thing is legislative staff. One of the things that they always, as a former staffer, as in this world, as we walk the halls, they like hearing from, consultants on behalf of, their clients in this regard in regard to the county. As they always say, it's better when you guys show up early and often versus the day before the session begins and make us kind of run at it fast. But we have been involved, sharing, monitoring the, 300 bills that have been filed. We are looking at also already developing, as I think we last discussed, hopefully getting ready your legislative agenda for 2023. And as I think redistricting is going to play a lot of time from us. I heard you all had, this redistricting conversation earlier this morning. Just as I mentioned, the part of this is 90% of the time is just showing up and being in the building. It has been a good opportunity to have some good visits with legislative staff and leadership right now. And there are, I will say this, I've been able to spend a lot more time with lawmakers in their offices right now as they're waiting for their colleagues to return, which is time you don't get back. So it's a good opportunity for us to be in the building and answer the questions or showcase anything the county is doing. So we look forward to continue developing your 2023 legislative agenda. We're wrapping out this special session and getting ready for the second one, and I'll concur with my colleagues. Everything I'm hearing is once they kick in that next session, everybody shows back up. There's not going to be, we'll take off a day or two here. They're going to work 24/7 nonstop, and it'll be critical for all of us to be there and attentive to our delegation, as they always like to be able to call upon us, and we're there in a matter of minutes in their offices.
The other thing, Judge, I wanted to point out is that as the committees and understanding that because of the coronavirus and we were dealing with the pandemic, there were not a lot of interim studies that were conducted because we couldn't interact. Of course, we may get derailed if this thing again,
The Delta.
emerges. But if the commissioners court or the commissioners individually have certain topics that they would like to be addressed, we may be able to get those plugged into the respective committees that are going to be doing interim studies. And at least we have an opportunity to try to do that. Now, earlier today, y'all were having a discussion about all your flooding problems and all that. And of course, man, we're all aware because we're in the middle of that and helping y'all in securing the grants and all of that. But the other thing is that was mentioned was that evidently in Commissioner Hernandez, and I think it's prevalent in most of the districts, TxDOT's got a role to play in this because obviously they're creating some of those problems. And so I would submit to you that because of our relationship that we have with TxDOT, but also the utilization of our legislative delegation, it would be very easy because not only that, we also have the committee chairman of transportation, who's a good friend of ours and is also a South Texan and has relationships in Nueces County, Terry Canales, that can help facilitate any of those discussions all the way to Austin. Now, we have a great district engineer here, but at the same time, it may necessitate having our delegation be engaged with the commissioners court. If you have a roundtable discussion, once you start identifying who's got what responsibility, then clearly we can get TxDOT engaged to help carry their part of the equation to alleviate some of those problems that they have created. And even though they say we're not in the drainage business, but at the same time, when you're constructing streets and highways and whatnot, you are creating problems in some of those low-lying areas.
Right, and to that point, and this is a good time to remind everybody, so when we got, and maybe you'll help me remember, was it in the 86 legislative session, was it SB 7 that got us the fifth funding, the $2 billion rainy day fund, guys? Was it SB 7, SB 8?
7.
7. So 7 comes to a constitutional amendment, and we all approve it, right?
Right.
But it's my understanding that those dollars have been appropriated to the 254 counties that they made it eligible for, okay? Or whoever was eligible in the different categories. We need to go back and reappropriate potentially more FIF funding, that's flood infrastructure funding, that's what FIF stands for, in order to be able to get our projects funded in the 88th legislative session. That work happens now. So whatever it is that you perceive that is happening in the news, make no mistake, we have monumental issues that I bug these three guys about every single day, because in the monumental issue category, they include things like the Harbor Bridge and making sure that we get protected as a county from not paying another $400 million on overages, nor does our MPO get saddled with it. We still have very big issues to make certain that we are getting the proper coastal resiliency funding that we need. And more importantly, the governor just set forth a new coastal restoration group that would allow us to potentially get funding like they did after Ike. And we have the potential to get COVID-19 funding and, because there was 4 billion left over, okay? So
That's right.
you had CRF 4 billion plus the 11 billion. So this concept of, we're not doing anything, there's only one thing to say about that. That's not true. There is so much work Nueces County needs, and this interim session is the way we get it done. And thank you, Joel or Patricia, for pointing out that we never get these opportunities because we have to share time with so many people. The time we get now is critical and precious. And I need you guys to be on the forefront of making sure that we do get those meetings with TxDOT on the Harbor Bridge, because we're not getting the information that we need here locally, and the port feels the same way. We also are concerned about the interim charges that Senator Creighton said, kind of eluded Ugo, that he wanted to pursue on economic development. So
That's correct.
there's many, many major issues, and we're working on them in addition to keeping our ears open as to the amendments that can be game changers.
Cornell, the other issue that you failed to mention is that we're still monitoring and looking at, as y'all continue to work with the port and the city on the revisionary provisions, that when that bridge comes down,
That's
the
right.
land that you previously belonged to the county, the city, and the port comes back to those entities. And then as y'all
Local
continue to
control.
move forward
Yeah.
and come up with whatever master plan, y'all decide what y'all want to do with that. But we just got to be sure that TxDOT lives up to their commitment and does what we expect them to do as y'all continue to work through the process.
Exactly.
But anyways,
Exactly.
thank y'all so much
Thank
for the
you.
opportunity.
Thank you,
and the
Patricia, and thank you, Joel.
Yes, ma'am.
report. All righty, thank y'all.
And we'll be in contact with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So, you know what? Excuse me, I should have said this, but commissioners, did you all want to make any extra comments or ask questions of Joel? He's on the line.
My comments were just if the possibility exists that during the interim, and since this is a session, but there's no session, so y'all could provide us that list of what the hours you're spending and the time you're doing so that we can know what that is. You've given us a quick rundown here, but it would be helpful to know so if you could provide that in some sort of written summary form. It can be from one of y'all. You don't have to, I don't need three of them, just one of y'all that says, here's what we're working on, here are the issues, here's the time we're spending with or without session. That would help me in my evaluation a great
Joel,
deal.
will you take that lead?
Yes, ma'am, we can do that.
I appreciate it.
All of everybody, please.
Yeah, take the lead for everybody.
Right.
Okay, great. Okay, well, hearing no other, we're going to move to a group that's been waiting patiently, and we certainly appreciate that patience. And that is item number 3A1, and then I'll go back to consent. 3A1 is receive a presentation from the League of Women Voters on lead contamination potential in our community's drinking water. We thank you for being here. And just for the clerk, please don't forget to identify yourself and your organization once again, and then you may proceed whenever you're ready. If you need Ms. Connie to assist, Connie, she wants to hand you some things. Are those for us?
Yes.
Okay, we'll take that as a handout. Okay, great.
Oh, I'm sorry. I heard something. Hello. You ready, Judge?
Yes, yes, I am.
Okay. My name is Catherine Oler. I'm president of the League of Women Voters of the Corpus Christi area. The League of Women Voters is a nonpartisan grassroots civic organization that encourages informed and active participation in government. It works to increase understanding of major public policy issues and influences public policy through education and advocacy. League program refers to our position on issues and our history of advocacy adopted by members to empower voters and defend democracy. The word program has a special meaning in the league. It is not a meeting or a series of speakers. League program consists of the government issues selected by league members for study, and after consensus is reached, action. With me today is Julie Rogers, and she is the Vice President for Program, Study, and Advocacy with the League of Women Voters of Corpus Christi area. Together, she was taking the lead for the lead study that the league commenced. In 2017, we started a study of lead in the drinking water of Corpus Christi residents, with Flint, Michigan very much in the news. Over time, because of the high levels of lead content in the city's water, members of the Corpus Christi League proposed this issue for a league program. 4 years. It took us 4 years to complete this study. This is how complex it was, and to find all the information that we needed to come to consensus about. And so in May 21, that was completed. So we thank the opportunity to speak today to Judge Canales and with the councilmen to be able to share our findings, particularly in light of the recent study that was released to the county by the Texas Health Institute and by Accenture about advancing equity in Nueces County. It ties in, and we think, we can provide some information to you that we've gathered in our study and are very happy to share with that. You probably know that lead was identified as a toxic substance over 100 years ago, but it wasn't until 1948 that there was the first Federal Water Act on water quality. Since then, there have been many, many others. 1972 Clean Water Act, 1974 Safe Drinking Water Act that was amended in 86 and 96. Lead Contamination Control Act 1988, 1991, Lead and Copper Rule 2011 that became effective in 2014, Reduction of Lead in Drinking Water Act. And then in 2020, the update to the Lead and Copper Rule with a definition of what lead-free means. So all of these acts have taken place, but we still have a significant amounts of lead poisoning in the water that the citizens of this county have access to. So from that, some of the focus findings, if you will go to, the next slide, the next one, please. Thank you. This is what we found out in gathering the information. We saw that, and saw very importantly that the highest incident of at-risk groups were for infants, children, pregnant and nursing women. They are particularly susceptible to lead poisoning. There's no safe level of lead in drinking water, none, zip. There's no maximum contaminant level. That's a guideline that's health-based. And by health-based, we mean that it has a significant impact on health. There is no EPA maximum contaminant level goal either, because all lead is toxic. No Texas water system has health-based lead standards. No one. It's not based on that health-based level. There's no maximum lead level coming from faucets. Think drinking fountains, and also to think about in homes and kitchen sinks in particular. Right now, the action level for lead in water is 15 parts per billion. This is a level that's not health-based. We know that any amount of lead is toxic and impinges on good health. So it's only at 15 parts per billion that water systems have to take specific action for compliance to the amounts of lead that's in water. Next slide, please. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration maximum lead level in bottled water is 5 parts per billion. That is health-based. Corpus Christi water system in compliance with lead regulatory requirements, the highest level that they've ever recorded was 23.8 parts per billion in July of 2012. The Naval Air Station Corpus Christi appears to not be in compliance with all lead regulatory requirements. The highest level, 395 parts per billion in August of 2013, was recorded there. And then, regretfully, 150 parts per billion in their Child Development Center as late as May of 2019.
And I don't want to interrupt, but later, will you be able to footnote these so that I know where you got the data?
Sure.
Okay.
Be happy to. The zip codes are key to identifying children potentially at risk. And this is very, very important. And so that we know what area and what can discover what's happening there. So next slide, please. So this is the position that we came to as a league and we adopted in May of this year. That there is no Texas public drinking water system uses a health-based standard for lead contamination. No amount of lead is safe for human consumption. Education and protective measures for most vulnerable populations, the infants, children, pregnant, and nursing women. Why that? Pregnant and nursing women, because if mothers ingest that they do have lead in their systems, and that can be passed on to infants in the womb, and then afterwards, if they're nursing, they can also be receiving lead into their blood via a mother's milk. The children in Nueces County most exposed to lead poisoning reside in zip code 78415 and 78380. Kind of makes it draw closer to home, you know, where these are. Lead source data should address substandard housing too, unremediated lead paint and food. We do not know, we were not able to get as much information about those cases of lead poisoning in children, again, because of confidentiality of medical records. But these are all contaminants that contain lead and need to be addressed as well, and perhaps in future studies. Next slide, please. The utility action level of 15 parts per billion, again, is not health-based, and it's not protective of human health and should be reformed, we believe. We urge that further evaluation when tap levels exceed 5 parts per billion, this means in the home or in water fountains, the health-based limit for lead in bottled water. And we support notice to affected customers when there's going to be burnout events, because these burnouts increase the risk of lead release because it's getting into the pipes, the water supply pipes. And so we recommend we have recommendations for easy, affordable steps to reduce lead at the tap. Next slide. Yeah. These are, we did send 44 zip codes from Nueces County to the Texas Department of State Health Services. And the results, these are the top 12 that we got back, and these are the highest. These are the zip codes with the highest number of children who tested positive for lead poisoning. Think about this, that total, if you total up the incidence of those cases, that's nearly 400 cases of childhood lead poisoning in Nueces County. Would you do a click, please? If you're unsure of where those two zip codes are, this is a zip code math for Nueces County. The purple is the 783. No, I've lost the number.
380. Yeah, 30.
Yeah, and then the light green is the 78415. And the 78415 falls in one of a heavily populated area in Corpus Christi and in this Nueces County. You can click back. One of the things you need to know about these statistics and the samples that we get is that there are fewer than 3%, I would say, 1.9 of these samples of the number of children who were tested. Now, we have no idea what the path to that testing was. Was this something discovered by parents? Was this discovered by, a routine test? But you do have to, it's not something that pops up regularly. And so if you take this and extrapolate, there could be hundreds more of children in Nueces County that have lead poisoning to some degree. So very, very important. And if you remember, just to refresh your memory, that with lead poisoning in children, it can cause difficulties with mental health, also in controlling emotions. It also can, in terms of their behavior, it can also change their performance at school and their ability to learn. And even in later years, these situations can continue because the lead, once it's in your body, it's not easily, you can't get rid of it easily. There are procedures to do that. You can eat certain foods that can help reduce those levels, but by and large, those effects can remain with you throughout your life and continue to have adverse health conditions. So this is not a one-time thing, where you can go get a vaccination or to take care of it. So we need to address these issues, and we're particularly concerned, in these zip code areas that have such a high number. We don't know why they are so high there. We don't know what the conditions are, whether it's through the water or if it's from some of the other carriers of lead, like paint and. So that's, something that, needs to be discovered and moved on. But we have awareness of that now, and we think that's very critical. If you'll go to the next slide, please. Okay. So when we talk about these things in the parts per billion, this is currently, the action level. And this is from the toxicological profile for land, and so this is a government study that was done. And so again, if children test for 5, it's called micrograms per deciliter, but blood lead levels for children. If it's at 5, at that stage from 5 to 10, then they probably need testing. And then monitoring and educate, what to do. And there are many things that you can do if the pipes in your home, your residence are lead-based. There are many things that you can do, and the league recommends these things like turning on the tap for 30 seconds before you draw water, and so many things that can reduce that risk. If the BLL, the blood level for children is 10 micrograms per deciliter, then you really need to go beyond that and look at the environmental lead investigation. You can see again that the Texas Department of State Health Services, the data on children God, I've lost my place now, that in 2000, between 2012 and 2012, they only had 363. But again, remember, that's not a total. That's just for the reported ones of kids who were tested. So the number who may have lead poisoning probably is higher. And the same thing goes in 2012 and 2018, that there were 401. So that was even more. So hopefully it was because people were beginning to understand. So on the average, if you take this, and this is a low estimate, that per year over 55 children are being lead poisoned. But if you factor in that the sample for this was very, very small, then know that there are many, many more who are being affected by this. If you'll go to the next slide. So some of the things the options, protective, that parents and private schools, school parents and guardians can do to guard against this is to establish lead monitoring programs annually, following the EPA's Train, Test, and Take Action program. that's available to people. Again, as I said, flushing the drinking water before students or family drink out of a fountain or out of a faucet. Work with the water system on being modified when burnouts take place. Again, those disinfectants come and, you know, they just don't stop at surface level. They penetrate into the lead pipes. Establish the level of less than 5% parts per billion from water faucets and fountains, particularly in schools. Remember that it wasn't until 1986 that lead pipes were outlawed. But so there are many buildings in Nueces County, including schools, that may have pipes that are lead-based. And so this is, you know, very important to.
Do you have a listing from CCISD of those schools?
No, we don't, but we have, one of our members, Alice Hawkins, is a board member.
Correct.
And she is having discussions with them about this.
Okay.
That's a very good question, though, yes. You need to keep her informed over monitoring the rates. If you go to the next slide, please. One of the things that has happened because of this is that the city of Corpus Christi has begun a residential lead testing program. And so we were able to, at our encouragement and discussions that we had with them, because our study was based strictly in Corpus Christi, the city of Corpus Christi, not the entire Nueces County. They worked with us. We were pioneers. We did the preliminary test trials for their Get the Lad Out program. We served as citizen scientists, if you will, and did water testing and sent them off. And they are preparing to do that to be able to make that available to all citizens of Corpus Christi, to be able to test their water and get those results through their program. They're still working on getting those, getting everything set in place based on, our participation in that. But that's one step that we fully applaud and hope that that will help to identify more children who have lead poisoning or may be at risk of lead poisoning. Next slide, please. For the community at large, there are things that we can do, remembering that there are those at-risk groups. Particularly, again, those that are most available are infants, children, and nursing mothers. So also remember in terms of infants that if they are on formula and that's being mixed up with tap water that contains lead, then that's, again, another delivery method that, people need to be aware of. Again, flush lines up to 30 seconds. Don't use hot tap. This is a big one. How many times have you turned on the tap water to hot because you didn't want to take time to boil it, and you use that in your cooking? Don't do that. Hot water can leach the lead out of pipes. So be sure and use only cold tap water for drinking or food preparation. Be aware that water softeners also pose increased risk. It can remove many of the protective chemicals in the water pipe, inside of pipes. And then use point of use approved for lead removal faucet filters when there are at-risk groups. And these are available at places like Home Depot to be able to do that. And then, also that people need to be alerted to if a water system it does experience burnout due to, whether it's bacteriological or disinfectant. That has a significant, and we've had in Corpus Christi, and thus in Nueces County, we have had burnouts in recent memory, I'm sure. So in terms of, next slide, please. So what are we saying to you as Nueces County and the public health district options that you can do to address this? We suggest that perhaps a memorandum of agreement or understanding with the Texas Department of State Health Services to become involved in children with elevated blood lead levels, and to work with water utilities in the county to refine sampling locations based on the identified zip codes that the CDC has, and also the Texas Department of State Health Sciences. And also to keep city officials and residents informed on the status of children with elevated blood levels by zip code. That's really, really important to be able to track and to see if remediation efforts are helping. And if there needs to be more active education of families living in these zip code areas where the lead levels are high. An extensive campaign to promote each of these recommendations to the citizens of Nueces County would be a big boost in terms of getting the word out about how real and how devastating excessive lead in blood levels for children is. And so again, also making sure that not just at the home, but at food, at schools and at child care centers, that those options, that those facilities also are making sure that the water is safe. So it comes to what we found out, facts and issues. Nueces County adds over 50 children per year to the poison child rolls. So we estimate higher, because remember that the samples that we have only are a small percentage of the number of children that we believe that are living in these high exposure areas. Specific zip codes define where poison children reside, and they're now only available via open records request. Educating is key to protecting at-risk groups. Water systems include schools and daycare centers and their lead in water monitoring program. Water systems should publish monitoring data by zip code so that you know if there are issues where you live or you potentially are looking to buy and live. And review and verify the water data. There's a possibility, we think, particularly based on the study that you commissioned, to perhaps use some funding from American Relief Plan to include water quality and the prevention of lead contamination in that, so that you're advancing equity of healthcare in Nueces County. Do you have any questions?
I mean, all my questions, I think I'm gonna schedule a meeting to have with you, just offline.
Sure.
But I'll just give you a little bit of heads up. Obviously, I wanna read the whole report. I wanna look at all the citations and the footnotes and the data. I wanna share the report with City County Public Health. I imagine you've given this presentation, I think you said it with the city, to the city. And so obviously, as the purveyor of the main utility, they're gonna have the biggest impact because they are the city's, water source for utility. But as you pointed out, there are many jurisdictions that we do have some, impact. We could have some potential impact, particularly, Water District Number 3 comes to mind, and others. So I'm looking forward to visiting with you. The community. The health equity of our community is paramount, and we just conducted our social determinants. So based upon your work, I'll hook you up with the folks that did the social determinants, health equity. They would probably like to interview you and talk with you. And so, I think today is a good overall presentation, and I'll ask if there are any questions at this time, and then we will hope to have you back for a dialogue for some of the action items that you present. But the biggest issue is that Texas has no standard. And
Yes.
therefore, that's something that, we should look to. And any jurisdiction should want to have a standard of water quality,
Absolutely.
the same you would have for air.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Are there any other questions?
Just a couple.
Yes,
So,
Commissioner Modis.
and maybe you already said this, and I apologize if you did, but have you found, is the lead sampling being tested, I guess, on the supply end and then out of the faucet? Are you noticing a difference, an increase that's showing that obviously, it's coming through the pipes somehow, right? It's on what end? Is it coming from the water source and it's just naturally occurring? Or do we see a dramatic increase once it hit? They have the lead service lines, and that's a big issue coming from the main water line into the homes. And so I know that's a big challenge, and then just the age of a lot of our homes, I'm sure, is a challenge in our community compared to others. But are y'all noticing, is there a jump in numbers from maybe what's tested on the origins, the original end to the final end out of our taps?
Well, first off, one of the first things we notice is there's just a huge data gap in everything. So, and we've listed some of them in that position statement. You'll notice it, but that's why this question is hard to answer, because there's the city line and then there's the homeowner's line. And so the city can't really go and check out the homeowner's line without their permission, but they could check out the other half. And in 1997, they were required to complete that check, and it hasn't been finished yet.
I think a lot of people who have tested, they just don't realize that they have lines on their end that were there before they got and purchased the home, and some have lived there their entire lives, and it's just kind of lived with it. So I'm looking forward to this. I hope that people continue to test their lines and what can be done, that we require on the state end and what we can do on our end to help just bring awareness to that. So thank you.
Let me just add that one of the things that we were very conscious of is that we wanted to offer suggestions to individuals who do have their home water lines that are lead-based in a carrier. And that's, certainly in a perfect world, they would go in and replace those lines. But that can be quite expensive if anyone is been around plumbers, and so that's not really a viable option in many cases. And as you well know, that many of those high-level zip codes, many of those in some of the older parts of town that were built before 1986, and so it's definitely, there's probably not been any remediation of those lines since then. So it's a very multifaceted have and so addressing it, I think, is important, getting to know more of the facts and having access to that, which as a county, you have more access than we do.
Well, we have the Regional Health Advisory Board, and the city has declined to continue with that board, but we have not, and that's a good thing, I think. And this is perhaps, it's not a big surprise that our public health focus became dominated by COVID-19, in addition to all the other important public health, topics that we deal with, including St. Louis encephalitis, West Nile, et cetera. However, I think that we are forming a better health, actually the court formed a better health outcomes task force that we're using for social determinants. So maybe, and I would say that academia represents half of that board. And so I just want you to know that, we have academia actually in the room, but he's our behavioral health coordinator, Dr. Gonzalez. We'll get him a copy of your presentation, and we'll see what our next steps are. I think today it's just it's a gratitude, a moment of gratitude for the League of Women Voters who continue to bring in a nonpartisan way the issues that move our community forth in a better way. And so thank you for spending the quality and unbelievable amount of time, right? The quality of your time. And I know that, as you know, the infrastructure bill is being debated, and how much money they have put forth in ARPA for water quality. In addition to that, we have an infrastructure bill that could also bring us dollars. And then, of course, you mentioned our own funding. So obviously, this is something that we will look at is to see what's in our domain. And you've helped us do that today. And I'll use both the Regional Advisory Board to help me, and also our Better Health Outcomes will weave this in to see how they'd like to pursue.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Fantastic. We appreciate that.
Yeah, and again, Commissioner Matas represents this area that was highlighted in purple. There are other commissioners that represent all areas of the county are important, but the priority certainly needs to be that big purple spot.
Indeed.
Okay. Again, we thank you and appreciate it. Are there any further questions for the
Thank you
ladies.
very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies.
Okay, I'm going to go back and try to muster up some, I want to try to finish our consent. There are items, Commissioners, on item number 2A through O, and at this time, I'd look for a motion to pass this consent agenda.
Judge, I think on the special motions list, we wanted to pull Robert Durant to reorganize that special motion.
Right, it won't be considered this court, is what I understand.
Right, so I would ask that
Okay.
item 53 of the special motion list be tabled.
All right. Okay, so we've got a motion, second, and all those in favor of that table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, and then how about A through O, Commissioners? Can I get a motion?
So moved.
And a second?
I have a,
Okay, you'd like to pull one?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, which one? Which letter?
Number L and P.
Okay, let me get the motion besides L and P. There's no P. Or, let's see, I might be using an old one.
Yes, there is a piece.
Okay, let me grab, I've got my agenda. Let me
Looking at
pull.
P on mine.
Hold on a second.
And Judge, as stated to you earlier, we
reorganize.
would like to table O as well. Just
Yeah, you already
FYI.
told me that one.
So-
We're tabling that one.
We're pulling L, O, and P, and then
Yeah.
I think Commissioner Mottas made the motion, and I would second the amended version of the,
Sorry, I'm using
rest
an
of
old one, and it goes through Q.
so,
Yes.
yeah, the motion would be for A through Q, but we would pull L and P and table
L
O.
and P and
What, can
table
you just
O.
table O in a separate?
I know, I was just saying, we're pulling L and P, so the first motion
Just
would
pull all of
be
them.
John's amended motion, if that's okay with
Okay.
you, John. And I'll second that for L and P, and then.
Oh.
Well, wait a
Cool.
second, wait a second, wait a second. Let
Right,
me,
we're pulling them all, right. then we're
wait a
making
second.
right,
Why are we pulling L, Tyner?
'cause
I
I didn't ask
requested
for
L.
that one.
he wants to ask
I
questions.
requested L.
Just to
Oh,
pull it.
he requested it.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
I'm sorry. When you said pull, I meant,
sorry,
my
sorry,
bad.
sorry.
Okay, so Jack's got L out
And P.
and P, and then, so let's do the table correct. So the table is on O,
O.
We could do that first. Motion to
Okay.
table O.
and I'll second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign.
John, you want to redo yours?
By the way, Kara, that's for August 4th on basic. We think we'll have it figured out by then, okay?
And so my motion, Judge, is to approve items A through Q,
Thank
with
you.
the exceptions of
L and P,
L and P.
And O.
and I'll take, and O that's already been tabled.
Second on that.
Second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, post same sign. Okay, let's tackle L, the hazard mitigation grant.
Yeah, I just wanted some
I'm sorry,
update.
program.
I just wanted some update on that. What's, the hazard mitigation grant action plan, which one is that one? I mean, I know we talked about several mitigation grants, but which is that one particularly?
Okay, this is for the action plan. Maria, will you address?
Yeah, so every 5 years, the county is required to do a hazard mitigation action plan update, which basically has all the participating jurisdictions, which are all the municipalities within Nueces County. We are looking to expand that, as Melissa had mentioned earlier, we're looking to expand it to include water control improvement districts. We were given the unique opportunity to resubmit this grant application. We actually submitted this back in December 2018 before Judge Neal had left. It was not funded in the first round. TDM has now reached back out to Nueces County to see if we were interested in resubmitting the application, which we obviously were interested in doing. The update is due in 2022, so it's actually kind of perfect timing for us to resubmit this
So
application.
this is gonna go to, we're not gonna submit to 2022.
Yes, so we resubmitted the application. It'll be back up for consideration. I mean, the likelihood of funding is pretty high. And again, you know, we would have to go out for RFP, like we did back in 2017, to have somebody assist us in updating our plan.
Okay. All right, thank you. I appreciate that.
That's the one that Melissa said that we're gonna bring in the other jurisdictions so that we can make certain that they qualify. And that's, you know, that's obviously very important.
Thank you, Maria. Appreciate it. Very good. Now, P,
Wait a second, let's go ahead and vote on that.
so move.
And a second?
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, post same sign. And P,
I'm just gonna, I'm kind of confused. Are we giving money to somebody else or what?
No, believe it or not, we actually make $2,500 on this deal, if I understand it correctly. And we're typically not offered a fee, but.
Make me understand it correctly too.
So, I actually met with Commissioner Hernandez. He'd never seen one of these before. Blakely Fernandez actually was helping the county attorney with this item. There's no liability on the part of the county. I did a little research. The county's done about 4 of these in the last 10 years. And what it is, it's a mechanism for this entity to issue tax-free debt, and Blakely's joining right now. And she can expand with us on this subject matter. But actually, again, there's no liability to the county. It's a mechanism for them to be able to finance improvements at the Richard Milburn Academy. There's about 7 Milburn academies in the state of Texas, and they have about 2,000 students that they benefit. And Blakely's on. She may want to expand on this item a little
I
bit.
thought they had gone under, so I was asking why, why we, I just wanted to know our connection, but, because it talks about loans here, whatever, but I understand they had also gone under. I don't know, did they come back up
well, they
again?
clearly did not go under.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm just saying what I heard.
Right,
But
well,
I'm
heard
saying-
doesn't work.
but
Let's
I'm
let,
saying-
let's let the expert tell us so that we can figure out.
Let me finish asking some questions.
I'll
Judge, if
ask
you don't mind.
Blakely Fernandez
Let me
at
ask
this time.
The county attorney, I mean, have we read everything on this one here?
Hi, it's
Fernandez has
Blakely,
been
I'm on.
working
I'm
on this.
not sure if I could understand the exact
Sure.
question.
What is our role on this one here? The county's role, what is our role? What is our connection to this one here? What are we responsible for?
The Internal Revenue Code requires that when these private activity issuers issue debt in your county, that the highest elected official of the county acknowledge that debt issuance, and that they confirm that you've had a hearing and that you published proper notice. So you'll see in your package, you've got a copy of the notice that was published and an affidavit on the hearing. And it's just a requirement from the IRS, and it's part of their financing obligation.
And Commissioner, even though the judge could just sign off on this, historically, we've brought him to court to let the court approve
But there's
it.
no financial obligation for the
None.
county.
There's no
None
financial
whatsoever.
obligation.
No,
Okay,
no requirement of the county other than just to acknowledge. And I think it's a provision to make sure that the county is aware, when these private activity bonds are being
Right.
issued for the benefit
Okay,
of nonprofits within the
Thank you,
county.
Blakey, appreciate it.
So I have a couple of questions. So it's been done 4 times before in the last 10 years. When was the last time we did this?
I could do a quick search, but
You had one in last year, but
Was
that
it?
was issued through an affiliated entity of the county. So the county actually held the hearing on that one, and you published the notice. So it was a little bit different than this one because
Right.
it was
What
affiliated with
entity
the
was
county.
that, Blakely? What entity was that?
It was done through through the Housing Finance Corporation.
Right, we do housing refinance. I mean, I get that, but this is kind of unique because in the years I've been here, I don't recall, this is a charter school. So is this open up to any education entity?
It would be open to charter schools, other nonprofits that are issuing private activity bonds in the county.
And Commissioner, I can just give you a quick rundown of a quick search I did. Commissioners Court did this in 2009 for the Tarrant County Cultural Educational Facilities project. That was for the Mirador at 5857 Timbergate. So we did it for Mirador. Let's see. We did tax exempt financing under the same provision of the Internal Revenue Code in 2012 for St. John's Methodist Church. We did it for Bokenkamp Health Facility in 2012.
So the key is that
We did in 2014 for the School of Science and Technology, Corpus Christi. 2014 South Texas, it's a lot more than I thought.
And actually, so this is a ministerial, this is a notice provision more than anything under the government code. This is allowing us it allows me as the county official. I wanted to bring it to you, to court for transparency, but the purpose is to give notice that they are using this particular provision in the Internal Revenue Service Tax Code, as I understand it.
So they don't,
Yeah, that's
they don't really need our permission then? is
They
what it is?
don't. I'm just getting, I'm acknowledging, Blakely. Is that correct?
That's right. And that they've got to
Yeah.
have that acknowledgement before they can receive the proceeds from the bond. So it's, it's
Right.
administrative, but it's also a critical pathway for their
And the
finances.
reason I say that what we hear is that you would never get a bond if you were not a legitimate, the bond process is so onerous, is that not correct? That, you would
Yeah,
have to.
that's right.
You would have
they're
to
still working
satisfy.
with underwriters and
Right.
their diligence.
In
and,
other words,
yeah,
they're in
they're
business.
undergoing the review.
They're in business.
Do you really have, then you have to be a nonprofit, it has to be nonprofit, or anybody?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, this is for nonprofit.
Okay. Thank
Yeah.
you,
And
ma'am.
Commissioner Matas, I don't see one in recent times, so you're
No,
correct.
that's not a problem. I was just trying to get some
Yeah.
clarity on what the other groups were, and it's a variety, obviously. It's
It
a lot
is a
in
variety.
housing. This is, I guess I'm assuming based on education with the charter schools, so I have no problem with it. Just trying to get some more clarity, because it's kind of, it doesn't happen often, so in case anyone asks. So, thank you.
Okay,
So moved.
I've got a motion, and do I have a second?
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
I'll be a two-part of this. One of it's authorizing the adoption of the resolution, you also have to approve the fee.
That is absolutely correct. I'll take the first clarification for the clerk as as the motion to authorize the adoption of the resolution. And now I'll look for a
Move the fees.
motion. I'm sorry?
So move for the fees.
And move for the fee, which has been established at $2,500 for this process. And did I hear a second?
Second.
Got a second from Hernandez. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Okay, that takes us through the consent agenda. And, yes, sir? Yeah, food is here. Let me just get I always like to get a feel for the audience here. I know the league is obviously presented. Scott, I know you're here and why you're here. I'd like to at least get, let me just see here. Give me 1 second.
We can do executive session while we eat too, Judge, so whatever you want to do. You don't want me here much
Are
longer
you gonna
without food.
are you gonna put forth the proposed lifeguard plan, Scott?
Yeah.
Okay. And,
Is that all you're doing, Scott?
Yeah, that's it.
let
That
me,
shouldn't take
let me
too
just
long.
suggest that,
That shouldn't take too long, Judge.
no, but, I was gonna try to do the city of Driscoll. I was gonna just say, let's do item number 8. And it's really item 7 and 8, and then I'll give notice now that we're gonna take just a very quick, 15-minute, lunch break, and so that we can bring lunch and try to establish some, I also see David's here, so Juan, I'll do my best to try to get those taken care of. But look, item number 7 and 8, I don't think they are overly complicated, but boy, are they important. Welcome.
Thank you, Judge.
John.
And Honorable Judge and members of the court, I am John Byram, Executive Director of the Nueces River Authority, and thank you for allowing me to be here today on behalf of the City of Driscoll and the Nueces County WCID number 5. These do have some very important emergency requests for funding before you today. Their equipment has just wore out in Banquetti, the WCID number 5. Driscoll's got an issue where the permit was allowed to expire, and they need another permit, and they need that quickly so that they can get back into the business of properly disposing of their wastewater needs. They also have a few equipment needs out there too. And these needs are required to pump the amount and process the amount of sewage they're receiving on a daily basis.
Yes, sir, and as a matter of fact, this really comes to us, everyone, really as an emergency. And the dollar amount involved is $25,000 approximately for the item number, for the actual water pumps on Driscoll, and, I'm sorry, on Banquetti. And then 4,000 for Driscoll, and theirs is 29,000 total, which is the next item. But if we're just handling item number 7, I recommend that we enter into this local agreement with Nueces County Water Control Improvement District number 5, and we solve this problem as it is an emergency. And I do believe that we're going to, because I believe it does have a nexus with the flooding, and that we will, and have already documented it in our local disaster statement of damages. But I did want to bring this to your attention and ask that you approve this matter. Okay.
Second.
Motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Dale, on the funding source, I did want to ask you if you felt that to me, it has a nexus with floods, if we wanted to put it in the declared disaster, if you wanted to handle it out of general. I just think the court should hear from you, can be today or tomorrow. I just know that we need to commit these funds.
With the dire need of this, I would suggest general fund at some point in time, we can go back and refund if we need to.
Do you need anything from us regarding reimbursement provisions in case a disaster does get declared? Would you like us to amend the motion?
There is no need for any resolution order. If it's coming out of the general fund, it's just normal processing that we need to do, then we'll work up the reimbursement as we so see fit if they come to us. So I would take it out of general fund.
Thank you, sir. All right. As they say, problem number 1 solved. Let's go to problem number 2. John, tell us about, well, you really already told us about the permit, but there's a reason that the money is needed, and that is so that we can solve the permit. Will you just expand a little bit on that?
When your permit expires, TCEQ requires you to submit a whole new application, and it's about a 3/4 inch thick pamphlet that has to be filled out. Each item addressed by an engineer and sent back into TCEQ, and then the negotiations begin on the permit itself. This one is somewhat complicated because there's been some new rules since that plant was built. That was built under the rules 216 rules. 217 is now in effect, so that would complicate the negotiations on this thing. And I think it will be issued as is, but it's going to require a little extra work.
And as I understand it, John, you can assist in this process, and that's what gives us comfort, and that's why I put it on the agenda today. Also, do you believe this to be truly, a health and safety matter with regards to, if you don't have a permit, you really can't do anything with regards?
I do feel like it's an emergency situation and a health and safety matter. And we propose to you and your office, and thank you so much for taking that call on July 5th.
Yes.
No other time. But thank you for doing that. And we propose a tag team where you guys provide the funding, and we'll provide the funding for making sure, and the mechanisms for the procurement process, the mechanisms for the installment, and those kind of things will be provided by the NRA.
And so, commissioners, on this item, we have a two-prong. It's basically, we're going to be considering the interlocal agreement, and we'll ask for your, for a motion regarding the interlocal between Nueces and the city of Driscoll. And, okay.
And Judge, before
Yes.
you vote,
Yes.
I would invite the court to perhaps go into executive regarding this because there may be some issues.
Okay, all right. So, well, we were going to take our little break. So let us get our legal clarification. I wouldn't worry too much, John, but I would definitely give us a chance to consult with the attorneys. It may be how we decide to work the agreement. It may be, but if you can afford to stick around, we'll come right back in. But at least you've introduced the subject matter. Okay, all right, thank you. So we're going to move it to executive. No motion. Well, can you retract your motion since we're going to discuss it? All right?
I retract.
Okay, and he retracts a second. Okay, look, for fear that we're wasting valuable time for somebody who I know we're hungry, but we did that item so quickly. Let's hear from David Richter on item number B1. Again, this is incredibly important, but it's not overly complex. It's a problem. We think we've solved the problem, but it requires our action. David, welcome.
Thank you. Pleased to be here.
Yes, as they say, could you summarize what the problem is, how we've resolved it, and what the court needs to do to make certain we can get the funding to make that problem, that resolution a reality?
Okay, thank you, Judge. You have in front of you a proposed change order that has actually 9 items on it. You'll recall when we structured this project, we knew going in that there was a lot we didn't know. That's the nature of a project like this where you're stripping off and discovering what's behind the surface, that there are unknowns. And so we structured the bid documents to where we had unit costs and bid quantities that we knew would be adjusted. We knew some things would be higher, some things would be lower. We'd be spending a little bit more here, a little bit less there. And we are now at a point in the project where we have clarity on where there's places that more needs to be spent and places where less needs to be spent. And so what is in front of you is a series of adds and deducts, most of which are incidental to discovering some of the issues with the tile and the substrate of the tile. One of the items, item number 4, is actually a scope add. It's an enhancement to the project. There is enough savings in the deductions to pay for some improvement to the seals around the windows. And so in there is I point this one out because this one's a little bit special, $337,000 roughly, to do some very significant enhancement to the water seals of the sort of trapezoidal shape windows in the courthouse. The other items are all adds and deducts related to either things that we had to spend a little bit more money on or things that we spent less, primarily because of having less quantity of certain defects than what we anticipated. The biggest item is to improve the mortar that adheres the tile from a cementitious mortar to an epoxy mortar. That was a result of a pull test, and this gives us just better adhesion and is really necessary in order to fulfill the objectives of the project. The project was set up with a $200,000 contingency. Most of the additional ads that are shown are paid for with deducts. There actually is $107,000 worth of net ads that comes out of the contingency, which still leaves you $92,000 in the contingency. If no additional unknowns are discovered, then you'll have that amount of money returned to the county when the project is finished. So there's no additional money required, just $107,000 to be transferred from the contingency into the cost.
Okay, so the good news is that when it all shakes out in the washing machine on the 9 different items that are before the court today, we still have enough dollars from the original appropriation, with the only exception being that we're actually utilizing $107,000 out of the contingency fund. And we are going to still stay, as they say, on time and still on budget at this point.
And you have a better than $300,000 worth of enhancement
On the seals.
on the seals, which is completely additional to the work we were doing. So we're actually getting that much more work in this contract than what was anticipated.
And I would point out that that is so critical for the water invasion, the sealing of these windows. Are there any questions for David at this time?
Just don't come back and tell us later, oops, we're out of the contingency, and that 300,000 that we spent on the windows, we should have saved, because I'm not gonna vote for anything else on it. So I'll give you this one, but nothing if you go over budget.
Well,
Understood.
that's a tall order.
Understood.
Right? No, come on now, we're saying
Well-
all these hey, we've got all this, we're gonna do extra work.
Well, I think
Maybe we should
that.
save the 300K for something else that we're gonna find that isn't gonna be so.
No, but I think addressing the seals on a very serious note, is something that we found by being on the scaffolding and being in the process of what's going on. I think you would have seen it come back to court no matter what. It might seem extra, but it's really actually a necessity. Is that correct? It's not like a luxury to do the seals.
Oh, not at all. I mean,
Yeah.
there are,
I don't think it's
with
a
a,
luxury.
with a building this age,
yeah.
as you know, there are things
Yeah.
out there that are coming your way over time.
Right.
And we can't do all of them, but this was a project to deal just with the envelope. And what we found is we're nearing the end, and we feel that we have enough money to do this amount of enhancement. So it's a bonus. It is genuinely an added benefit to the county. But it's not superfluous or
Got it.
it's a needed enhancement.
So
Got
really, the epoxy we're gonna use doesn't work. You got to get a new one, a different one that's gonna work. We're gonna test it first, right? I hope this one?
Yeah, no, the epoxy was tested and it performed well, yeah.
The first one?
No, the original specification was for a cementitious, a normal, type of a grout. But it did not adequately withstand the test, so we upgraded to the epoxy, and it's very robust.
And that one's been tested.
It has been tested, it passed, and it even passed the test of myself and a hammer beating on some samples and was unable to knock some of the tiles free. So it's a good system.
So from 200,000 went to 92,000, that's our balance.
Yeah.
Okay. That's
Okay,
good. Got a little bit of money there.
right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Richter.
thank you. So we do need to create a motion, though, to approve such change order number one, and so I would ask for a motion at this time.
Judge, and
Motion.
on the Public Works side, Judge, we're recommending the change
Okay,
order.
thank you.
Public Works is recommending.
Thank you so much. I think I've got a motion
Second.
and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, and thanks for getting that taken care of. So at this time, I think I've pushed as far as I can go. We are going to take that 15-minute break so that we can get our, actually, we're going to go into executive session so we can eat while we're doing that.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'll sign for you. And so we'll go into executive session at this time. And the time for the clerk is 12:40. And for those people that just joined us in the audience, not to be confused, we've hardly gotten into our regular agenda. It's just that we're going to take up a matter in executive right now. So at this time, I give notice that we do elect to go into executive session pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551, the Texas Government Code. And in particular, in accordance with Vernon's Sections 551, 071, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 86, and 87. And we do so to consult with our attorney regarding matters of litigation, real property, gifts, personnel, county advisory bodies, security devices, economic development negotiations, or any other matter that may be discussed and that was noticed today in executive session. Upon completion, we'll come back out, take any actions necessary as items were discussed in executive session. And again, 12:40 PM. We'll clear the room, grab lunch, and come right back here, commissioners, to meet with the county attorney. Appreciate it. Connie, take us down on the mics. So we're back on the record at 2:38 PM, and we have concluded our executive session. And commissioners, I do believe there's some actions to be taken. I'm going to announce that on item number A, it was presentation only. And item B, we handled this morning. It was also presentation only. Is there a motion on item C at this time? That's the Thomas G. Camacho versus Nueces County, case number 220C500157.
I can make it.
I appreciate it.
No? Were you doing it? No, okay. I would, make them, wait, this is the one that we're supposed to John, that's John's.
Oh, I'm sorry, I had
Don't
that one. I
mind.
didn't think I was that one. Sorry. Motion to deny settlement and to negotiate settlement and, I can't even read my own handwriting.
Mediation?
And attend mediation.
I'll second that motion.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Horrible handwriting.
I'll second that motion.
Can you restate it?
Sorry. To deny settlement,
To the settlement offer.
deny settlement offer, enter and to negotiate the settlement and attend mediation.
And I'll second that, and then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, then item D is Eduardo Gonzalez versus Nueces County. That's case number 221CV126 regarding the ratification of the hiring of Keith I can never say it correctly, Skagowski? Close? Keith, I'll practice.
That's pretty close, Sikowski.
Skakowski, okay, Skakowski. Is there a motion at this time?
Second.
Okay, motion to ratify his hiring. Thank you, and all those in favor. Excuse me, and also, would you add to your motion to approve the engagement letter?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner, would you
Yes,
second
yes,
that?
second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, Commissioner Chesney, do you have a motion as well from another item that we discussed in executive?
Yes, ma'am. I would like to move that we table item, regular agenda 3A4, and put it on the August 4th agenda and add additional.
It's 3A3, Commissioner.
Sorry, no, 4. I got 4.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm working off this old one. Forgive me,
4,
forgive me.
and add reconsideration language on to the posting as well for that, August 4th.
Okay, we have a motion to table that item until August the 4th.
Second.
Second. Okay, all those in favor?
With what language, please?
And add additional language that makes it clear that we're reconsidering that contract in addition to amending and suspending.
On August 4th time?
Correct.
Okay? So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, pose same sign. Okay? And then,
Driscoll.
You want mine?
yeah, could you? Let me get the right. Wasn't that item 8?
A8, uh-huh.
Uh-huh. This one, John, pertains to the wastewater discharge collaboration with the city of Driscoll and interlocal.
Yes, sir, to make a motion that we enter into an interlocal agreement to authorize the spending of $29,000 with the city of Driscoll.
Thank you. And for for Dale, Commissioner Modis is going to work with you, but he has an interest in assisting by using his funds.
And we also had put about the reimbursement.
Yes,
Reimbursement clause.
and also, Dale, we want to make certain that Jenny's going to help us with this in the interlocal, that if there is an opportunity through Driscoll's American Relief Plan Act funds, if that becomes available in the future, that we might, seek reimbursement, for that opportunity.
Or any other.
Or any other federal or state
Funds,
funding. It could be some other wonderful bucket of money. But that way, we set the precedent that we're here to help, but if there's an opportunity to get paid back, it'll only help us help others.
You make sure that that's part of the interlocal agreement, that'll work.
Thank you.
That change has been entered into, and if you don't have those already, you will have them shortly.
Grateful. Thank you so much. So, John, we're real happy here, and Commissioner Modis really is a champion for this area.
I can't tell you how much I appreciate you folks and the hard work you put into this and the quick time frame, and we'll make sure that we work with you on getting this thing done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Putting us back, yes, ma'am? You're right. You're right. He motioned, I seconded, but I need to say all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same side. Thanks for that. Okay, putting us back in somewhat of a regular order, that takes us to item number 5 for the clerk and for all of us on a regular agenda. And that's the medical examiner's office. It's an interlocal with Wilson County. and I'm gonna defer that, to, Jenny, and then I'll hit you next, Scott. I don't remember if this is all in order, or if this is good to go.
This is good to go.
They signed it, basically.
Did they say it?
They agreed. Remember, we were waiting on them?
We believe they did, and they added 70, oh. And we had added the language about the medical examiner having the ability to refuse.
Great, and so now they've kind of accepted all that, so that's what this is about. Okay,
Tell me what it
Commissioners.
is. I'm
This
sorry.
is Wilson County, our medical examiner taking them on as a source of,
Remember, we added the language that we wanted, and then they had to go approve it, and now it's back because they actually had their county commissioners court approve it. It says that we can refuse them if our need is pressing, or our need is greater. We don't have to accept them. We already did the work.
I may be drawing a blank. I thought we just said we weren't gonna do this. Did we do something I'm just forgetting? I'm sorry, that's not out of the possibility.
it was brought again, and then the need was expressed for our medical examiner to be able to contractually in the contract refuse any new work if Nueces County was being not done appropriately.
They did the work.
And I think, I'm okay with, in general, but I'm not sure, and I don't mean this the way it's gonna come across possibly, but the fact that he makes money from outside exams potentially puts a medical examiner in a conflict of interest position, because, so there has to be, in my opinion, as we do all of these, so it's not just Wilson County, there has to be something in these things that it isn't that he's the sole decider, because I think that puts him in a really bad spot to say, yeah, we can do it, because I'm gonna make extra money on this one, because it's out of county. And then the DA comes back to us and says, oh, wait a minute, he put Wilson County ahead of our 6. So I'm okay, but I just want, and I just thought of this, and I'm sorry I didn't think of it before, but I want some sort of safeguard in this that somebody besides him looks at it and makes that decision. And I mean, no disrespect for him, but that's, I just don't want to hear from the
So I don't know if
DA.
this helps or not, but
I just don't want to hear from the DA again that they're
once
not
we,
getting the attention that
so
they
once
need.
we have an interlocal, I don't know about it, but if it's helpful, the way it works is if it's somebody new, the county judge of that county requests it in writing to my office.
I'm even okay with letting you, I know you've got a ton, or letting you be, or Dale, or somebody being the designee that looks at it besides Shaker.
Well,
to
what
make
if I
sure
just tell him he needs to contact our office when he accepts an out of
Something.
county, as part of a,
Because I'm afraid, I don't want that DA to come back down here and saying, here come all these out of counties getting put in ahead of me. Like, and
Right.
I just don't want that to happen. We've got to do ours first, so.
If he does that, then we're gonna stop. We need to
If
stop.
this
I get it,
helps,
but we don't have,
commissioners and court, this, the procedures and policies has been kind of drawn
Changed.
out, but it's not complete. It hasn't been
can add.
brought back, and that could be
added.
a portion of that
you're saying we have time to add to those procedures?
to the policies and procedures for
We're
Nueces
doing-
County.
Okay, no,
We
that's
could add
good.
it there.
We could, that's fine, I can live with that, if we add it to our policies and
I
procedures.
think that's
that
fine.
there is another person who helps make that decision, that's fine, and I don't know,
What would that be?
huh? I don't know how we do that, but could you put that in your notes?
Yes.
That's a good suggestion, I can live with that for today.
And just know that we'll reach out to him. What I think he could do, Jenny, is he could provide a weekly, update.
No, that's too much. I just want to make sure that Nueces County cases are getting done first. And if that happens, and there's room and time to do others, to make this county money and make him money, okay. But it's gotta be Nueces County first, in my opinion.
I think that our agreement says that.
Yeah.
Our agreement does state that.
But let's reemphasize in those policies and procedures.
But
That's a good
reemphasize
suggestion,
it there.
that we're gonna pass and that he has to live with, and anybody else who comes, it's not a personal affront to him. I think anybody could be put in that position that could be conflicted, and that's not what we wanna do, to put someone
Can
in
we
a
get
bad
a
spot.
copy of the local, interlocal agreement that he does with Wilson County and Hidalgo and
That-
mine?
Well, that's what's here. That's what's in your packet under 5. And just, we have, we're the medical examiner for 19 counties. So this is probably county number 20. And again, if any new counties come in, we have to have these interlocal agreements, so you'll know about that.
The Wilson County agreement is page 477 of the large packet.
Page 477.
I don't have backup number 5.
Okay.
Number 5.
And again, we approved this agreement. We sent it to them to sign it. Now it's coming back because they signed it. So this is not the first time that we've looked at this.
Okay, I just wanted to see a copy of the agreement he makes with them. that's
Let-
all.
Okay, we'll get that for you. Tyner, could you get that for him?
The same agreement that's attached.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whenever you can. All right, so in that case, I'm looking for a motion to approve the interlocal from Wilson County with, sorry, not, with Wilson County, between the medical examiner.
So
And-
moved.
Okay, and I'll second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, same sign. Okay, and we're gonna get you both the documentation that shows the interlocal and the documentation between the medical examiner and the county. I'm not sure, Tyner, I'm guessing he got up to go get them. But we'll get him before you leave here. Number 6 is the architectural services agreement with LBL Architects. And this is, I didn't recognize LBL, but I sure recognize Shelter Planners of America. And that's because that's their name they do business under. And it's related to the county animal care facility. And I'm kind of excited because this marks the first time, I think, that we use our CO 2021 prioritization on new facilities. So this is a result of 2019's capital improvement plan, 2020's feasibility study, and now 2021's, golly, Scott, I didn't mean to do it, but I did it again.
I was going to say, are you mad at me?
I just did it but I'm in midstream, man. I'm in midstream.
Give the poor guy a break,
I
Judge.
know
Come
it,
on,
but-
go back to past fourth stream. Come on now. Yeah.
I know, so, but this is animals. You'll love this one.
Well, yeah, but this is one I may have to talk about a little bit.
Oh, okay, well then we'll go to Scott Cross. Trust me,
wanna do it.
Scott's, you want to delay in the afternoon. There's a lot to unpack there, right, Scott? On lifeguard protection. No, let's finish this. But the animal care facility, John, you've been kind of the lead here with Shelter Planners. We prioritize commissioners $3 million, and out of those funds would come design. And I'm wondering who would like to take the lead. I'm gonna pitch to you, Commissioner Modis, but I think Kyle LeBlanc is on to help you with regards to any questions anybody has on cost estimates. So we're gonna ask Kyle to get ready and we'll pitch to John.
All right, so this item is very important, which we discussed at length prior when we were working out our 2021 CO bond. This is not the full amount. I know that there was some discussion on the overall design and if that could bring down the cost. And so that's one of the things I know that has been a concern for me as well. I know there was other concerns that brought up as far as the need, but I can guarantee you there is a need. I get a call pretty often from one of our main volunteers, Lisa Buckholt, who's been here before the court, and she's been here for many years with Nueces County as a volunteer with animal control, which is now animal care services, and speaking also with Juan Ramirez, the facility out there is it's outdated, and it's right behind my office there on FM 892, and it's just kind of out of the way. It's not a very practical location. It is blocked by the Precinct 3 yard, so we have all the equipment out there, and the Precinct 3 crews have their buildings out there, and so you have to kind of meander your way back to the very back of the lot to get to the location of the shelter. And so it's just not practical. So the proposed site that was selected was there along Business 40 or Business 77 and Highway 44 there in Robstown, right next to the old show barn. And I fully support this. and with the design and moving with Shelter Planners of America. They put a lot of time and effort into this, as has Kyle LeBlanc. We've met several times on this item alone. And so I know there's concerns and questions, and so maybe Kyle can help us some more or see what else is out there facing you all, so that we can get it addressed, because I do want to move forward on this. We've had a lot of close calls or issues with various animal-related diseases that, one, can be better mitigated by a better design. And so that's really what my push is for just public health and the health and welfare of these animals, who, by the way, have almost 100% adoption rate because of our volunteers and our staff, and are working on keeping them vaccinated. So I don't know if Kyle's available now, or JP Grom.
I'm going to jump on if I can. I've got to start this by continuing to be consistent. I agreed to support putting money into the CIP for the consensus and for animals, because I think we need to improve it, but I continue to not be supportive of doing it this way. And I would be not true to myself if I didn't say that. I've said this from the beginning. I think we should be combining this with the city. We've made no efforts to do that. I still don't believe we should spend $3 million on building a new facility in Nueces County. I don't. It's just not something that I can get my arms around. So I'm going to be honest with it and understand that I'm not anti-animal. I love them. I just put one of my dogs down a couple of weeks ago, and I've got 3 others, and it's not that. And I'm happy to spend the money. I just don't think this is the best way to spend it. I think we should be, going to the city and saying, how can we help, improve your facility, and combine and use some of our money there and let them run the entire county. We could do an interlocal agreement with the city, and the city could run this thing, and we could put
Are
in.
you talking about the city of Robstown?
City of Robstown or the city of Corpus Christi. And it doesn't have to be in Robstown. It could be in Corpus Christi. It's part of Nueces County. I don't care if it's Corpus or Robstown or whatever. I just don't believe in building a bigger facility in Nueces County when I think we could combine with another entity. So my lack of support for this facility is for the facility, but not for spending the money in another way, in a different way. But that's how I've been. That's where I've been.
Okay.
I put this money in because I wanted to help the animals and I wanted to do better, but I just think there's a better way to do this, and we just haven't done that. So that's.
Okay, let's hear, just because I want to make sure we get all the facts out. Kyle, would you remind the court, because the agenda item is the architectural services agreement. So can you just talk to us about the dollars for that agreement and any other information you think we might need to know? And then we can, continue to have a little bit of discussion, but it would help to continue the informational piece. Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Judge. I'll just bring back, go back to the CIP. What we had planned, or what was planned in the CIP in 2019 was an expansion of the existing facility. Back in 2019, that was the plan. That was about a little under $1 million spent there. Since then, Shelter Planners of America was hired by Nueces County to perform a needs assessment study. And a result of that needs assessment study was to basically, you needed an expanded facility and you needed more exposure. And so as a result of that, the plan was to move locations, as Commissioner Morris has stated, to a new, more exposed location to not only expand the size of the facility and the ability to house more animals, but to also increase the adoption rate. And so over the past year, several stakeholders have been involved in the preliminary design kind of programming with Shelter Planners of America. The result of that was a $3 to $4 million facility. So what we're bringing to you today is a $3.5 million estimated animal care facility. And based on that $3.5 million estimated facility as planned in the CIP, the design work for that is what the agenda item is for today, and that's to bring Shelter Planners of America in to perform the actual design work of that facility. And so part of the CIP, the 2021 CIP, was to budget for that work, and that's what we're doing now. The budget for that work at the time the CIP was finalized was a little over $600,000, and so we're right at that mark, just under it actually, with a $595,000 fee for Shelter Planners of America's work, and that includes not only the architecture, but the civil engineering and geotechnical, everything that goes into giving you a turnkey design for this facility.
Okay, and so today's item would be to approve that agreement, and is it part of the, what I'm calling the AIA agreement that we have been using?
Yes, Judge, this is the county's
Master,
AIA standard agreement that we've put in front of several architecture firms that have come on board for the CIP projects, and this is that same thing, standard
Okay.
AIA agreement.
okay.
You know,
So, Commissioner?
what's the cost right now? I thought I saw somewhere there was gonna be, for the engineer firms, you know, was it 2 million or 3 million? I didn't bring the paperwork with me, but, what's the cost for the design engineer and all that?
You mean,
All the design that's being paid for this facility is $600,000, or right under $600,000. What we have budgeted right now is $595,000. That could go up or down depending on the eventual finalized cost of the work. Right now, though, it's a $3.5 million budget for the actual construction of the facility. Based on that is how the fee is generated for Shelter Planners of America, which is the complete design along with civil engineering and other mechanical, electrical, plumbing engineering, acoustical engineering, cost estimate consultation. The whole package is what you're getting with this contract.
The 3.5?
the 600?
It's 600,000.
Oh, I thought I had read it differently. You know, and the other thing that I have, I thought when we decided on the CIPs for 2021, it was part of my recommendation at that time that we're gonna go back and try to put these things on the table so we can give opportunities to other people to get involved on new projects. You know, this, you know, it was part of my recommendation, as I remember, when I submitted my request for the CIPs, how to break them down. You know, and I think we even voted on that, but I don't remember clearly, but.
That's correct. That's correct, Commissioner. Shelter Planners of America will be the design architect. They have several, they will have several consultants under them. Two, they're local to the Corpus area are Friesen Nichols Engineering and Terracon.
When I saw there, it was like 7 from Dallas or Fort Worth and 1 from Corpus. So how do we do that?
There's two from Corpus. I believe there's one from Indiana.
Well,
That's the
from
cost
Fort Worth,
consultant.
2 from Fort Worth,
There
Indiana, Dallas. You know.
There are 3
So
from the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
I don't know what's wrong with the local people. Why aren't we recruiting our local people to do this job? They're just as good and probably better, I think, you know, to do this kind of jobs. Why are we going out of town with all these companies?
So, Shelter Planners of America was hired by this court because that's what they do all over the country, is they specialize in animal care.
And that's fine, but can we tell them to hire somebody local? I mean,
I think
we can
that
tell them what to hire.
I think
You
Friesen
have
Nichols is local.
Friesen Nichols and
got one local.
Terracon are also
And
local.
Terracon is local.
Well, I didn't see that one on the web. I know
And
Nichols
also,
is there.
that's not to say that all the work that will be done, the electrical work, the plumbing work, the sheetrock,
Well, I see
the
that-
carpentry.
It's on the list there, the electrical and the chemical, all is there, but it's
That's
different
the
companies.
design.
That's
That's
design,
the
not
design.
I know,
contracting.
but all these companies we're using for this dog park, I mean, why, the dog pound, why are we not using local people?
Well,
That's
for
my
starters,
question.
we haven't gotten there yet, and we actually go through RFP processes, they'll go through proposal processes. This is just for the design. So the design is different. We do encourage local work, but we also encourage best value, and we also encourage the procurement processes to work. So I think they'll get there, they're just not there yet. This is just the architectural piece of it.
The other thing that I just want to say, Judge, is that I thought that we was understanding that the 2021s, we're going to come back and put everything for, like an RFP or RFQ, I don't know whichever you want to call it, and give an opportunity for somebody else to be the project managers, whatever you want to call them. But I think this is one of the things we talked about for the new CIP 2021.
Yeah,
Now we're going into the 2021s without even.
So I'm gonna refresh
Taking
the
this
court's memory,
consideration.
and I'll refresh the court's memory. We actually spent days in workshop, and we came up with a consensus on the dollars that we would be using. That included generators. Tyner, get me that document. And it had $3 million that all 5 of us voted on for a community, Nueces County Animal Care and Control.
I'm not saying I didn't vote. I don't.
You did.
I don't mind a dog pound. Just let me
Yeah.
finish, okay? I said, I don't mind a dog pound. I support the dog pound.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with the dog pound. I have a problem on who we using that are not our local people.
Yeah, well,
You know,
shelter,
and the thing is, Judge, and I think it's also brought it up, if you remember, that I told you when we start using 2021, that we need to go back to the table and find out, okay, who can we assign those monies from 2021 to let our local people a chance to apply for those monies?
okay,
You know, and then
again,
we haven't
Shelter
done that,
Planners of
so-
America was something we
so I'm
did in
gonna-
2019.
So I'm gonna put in the agenda, I guess, so we can bring it back up, so we can actually decide on how we're gonna spend those 2021s.
Okay,
Because I think we need to open those up and give everybody opportunity, other than just starting picking it little by little, and just giving it to certain people.
Yeah, I think you've completely misconstrued it. We did have a very open and transparent process, and we all agreed that an animal, it's not called a dog pound, that's like
An animal
100 years
shelter, whatever you
ago.
wanna call it,
Well, it's important to people who love animals, and to me,
I love
it's
animals
called,
too. I have
well,
a
then
cat.
call it the right thing. It's called animal care. We don't call it the dog pound. We call it the animal
Okay,
care.
I'm sorry I offended you.
Okay,
So,
well,
but
you
at
can
least I
apologize
apologize,
to the
right?
dogs,
But
not
for the
to.
record, I have raised these same concerns on how we spend the money. So, I mean, I remember voting for the CIP and putting money in for the,
Animal care,
for
$3
animal
million.
care. Right, but I think I've said all along that I would rather spend it in a different way and combine.
And we said
Okay,
that,
well,
and
no,
that's why it's
okay.
on the agenda.
All
It's
right.
for the democracy to say,
No, I get
at
it.
this time, what's before us, we said that after we prioritized, when it was appropriate and timely, we would bring, the reason we borrowed the 50 million was to do projects. And so this architect, Commissioner Gonzalez, was the same one that we used 2 years ago to get us to this point. And they've already done work to bring us the needs that we've gotten. We all hear you that local is important. It's important to everybody, but the way you get local is when you design something and then you go out for bid. When we go out for bid is when you have an RFP and everybody, including every local contractor, gets to bid on it. And then they get to use all local subcontractors. But the designer, that ship sailed when this court chose them 2 years ago. They are an expert in the field. This is all they do. And I know that Nueces County deserves and wants the best. John, I don't know if you want to add.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, the local component, I think, is very important, and we do need to look at that for future projects. But, yeah, animal shelters, or Shelter Planners of America have been with us for 2 years now. They're the go-to group. They're qualified. I'm sure if we ask any architect or engineer in the area for whatever they're worth, they're all gonna say, yes, I can design you a facility. But I would rather have someone that specializes in this. I'm sure we got a lot of engineers that could design the Harbor Bridge, but you want a select few who specialize and do that all the time. So that's what this one is about. The fact that it's only 600,000 is also, the 3 million will jump at you and scare you thinking that's all we're wasting our time or our money on. And it's not the case, like Kyle mentioned, it includes the civil engineering, the geotech, architecture, and the other services that are included, the acoustical. That's going to be real important. It's not that close to homes, but it's close enough that you don't want to bother or for them to be louder than the train that runs through town. So all those things are important, and I agree with y'all in concept, but for this one, we've been working with them. They're specialists, right? And so, that's why I support this. I do think that we need to clearly send a message that we need to look at more local. And we've had that on some of the other items that we've worked on, but, for this one, the Freeze and Nichols does great work. They've got a big local component here, Terracon as well. So, I think we have a mix of that, out of the 600,000, and definitely, like the judge said, whatever, dollar amounts that are left to actually build the project, I think we should and will focus on local builders and local construction to put that together. So it complements enough of my concern as well as local, and it has those specialists from out of the area that can do this. But I mean, anyone's going to say that they can do it and build it, but I want the best, or I want someone that's recognized nationally, or someone that does this just on a regular basis and not anything else. It's a specialty work, and so that's why I support it, and that's why I feel we need to move forward. I hear what y'all are saying on everything else, but if you haven't been out there in a while, I welcome you to go out there, and I will meet you there, and we'll go and take a tour and talk about some of the pitfalls of the current design that we have. That just, if you get a distemper or any kind of outbreak out there, parvo especially, can be very prevalent. The design that we have now, we do not have any isolation area out there. I know that this new design will have that in place, and if you don't think that's important, all you need to take one, and it will just infect all the others, and it's just like our jails. You put a whole bunch in a few holding cells, and that's all we have. We have limited sources there at the jail, and we have limited sources there at the animal control. And I know most people might not think it's a big deal, but it is. So please join me out there to see what's needed. And I can't stress enough, this, like everything else, is, we wish we had it yesterday. And so that's all I'm asking for y'all to consider, that, one, there is a local component to this. I would argue if we had 100%, that would probably satisfy us, but I feel confident in the local component that we've had. We hired, didn't we hire Janak with some other planning for a local component? So I think we're including more in that in our plans if we're dealing with bigger companies from out of the area, and that was my initial concern too. But the fact that we have a couple local partners part of this, I think, goes a long way, and I think that as they continue to build with the meetings that we've had from the stakeholders, the input we've been able to give, perhaps this is the time also to really talk about maybe drawing down design, or see what has changed in the last 2 years since they first started, to come up with a different concept that can also reduce the overall cost. I think this is the time to do it, right, to really help impact the construction cost as well. So I agree with you. I'm with you on the other issues, and I think we need to look at it in the future. But for this one, I'd really like to get it started.
The merge with the city, John, how do you feel about that one?
I love the idea. The city of Robstown just doesn't have the capability, and if they're in need, they go to us right
No, I'm
there.
talking about Corpus Christi.
So, but the one in Corpus, it's got a great facility, right? I drive by there every once in a while, and it's a great footprint. But I'm thinking if we're serving Agua Dulce, that's kind of a drive. Everything's gonna have a drive, right, to it. I'm not out of the idea of saying try to consolidate, but I like the fact that we can put them on a major footprint. The Holly Road for the city of Corpus Christi is pretty easy. Once you get off the freeway and go down Holly, about a mile or so, you get to the facility. But ours there in Robstown are more centered in Robstown will, I think, do better when we're helping out our partners in Agua Dulce, of course in Banquete, Bishop, Driscoll. It's really made more kind of rural. And that's why the footprint and the design is still not going to be anything compared to the size of the city of Corpus Christi.
The need is so great. We saw 1,200 veterinary visits alone during IRT that came from mainly that area, over 1,200. In addition, we're only the second worst in the entire nation in taking care of our animals. The need is great. It's well documented. We deserve to be a community that invests in our community and the things and people that they love. And animals fall into that category. And there are services that we provide as a county, like medical examiner services, like animal services, that are part of our duties. And when we do it, we can become a better community. I think that the fostering and the adoptions will not happen unless we get a new facility. That's absolute. And I think that the need with regards to some of the vaccinations and, quite frankly, the disease is a huge component in the rural areas where you don't see dogs on leashes like you would necessarily walking in the neighborhoods in the urban center. Thank you.
Well, and Judge, I just want to reiterate again, and I want to ask some questions about this contract too, but I really,
Hold on.
I'm sorry,
Oh, I
Brett,
apologize.
forgive me. He
I
was bringing me something.
I really believe that we need to spend money helping our animals. And again, I can't support this because of not the need to do it, but because I just don't think we're exploring all options. We haven't explored the options with consolidation. It's a little far, sure, but I don't think that's the issue. The issue is we're spending a ton of money on something that I don't think we should be spending at this point. Now, my question on the architect contract is, so I'm a little confused on this. So we've hired animal shelters before, or shelter planners before, then why are we having to do a new contract with them now? In other words, we've paid them for the work they've already done, I believe.
The
Yes, so-
study that was performed was, I believe, a total of $22,000. So it was simply a purchase order.
Right, so
This
the-
is a contract that's well beyond that.
Right, so the point is, we don't.
Initial amount.
Right, so the point is, we don't have to use shelter planners. We've paid them for what they did.
No, that's not correct. That's what I asked Tyner to give to me. Let me, before you go there.
Okay.
On April 28th of this year, the court approved the selection of LBL, which is Shelter Planners of America, to provide architectural services for the design. By the way, it was motioned by Matas, seconded by Gonzalez, and it was a 5-0 vote. We have already selected this architect as a court back in April.
Elian has been doing is,
they've been working
when
with
given the
them.
go by the court in April, it's been this long for them to negotiate a
good
120-something page.
So now you have a
Right,
contract.
but the point is, we haven't signed a contract. The only point I was gonna make
That's what
was-
today is, right?
And we could always put something on to reconsider if the court so chose to reconsider that item. That would be completely legit, to go back and reconsider using a local architectural firm to do that. So that is an option.
That would be
So
a,
I'm
that'd be a
not-
terrible
I'm not-
idea and a
well,
loss of
you-
2 years.
But I want to make sure that when we're articulating what we have to do as a court, that we're completely telling the entire story. And the entire story is, we voted for it before. It's been raised now by the man who seconded the issue. Why didn't we use more local people? It's a valid question. And the answer is, we could reconsider this issue if we wanted to and not approve this contract today if we so chose. Now, that's up to someone else. I'm not making that motion. I would not necessarily, I don't know if I'd support it or not, but there is that option before we sign the contract. So before we sign this contract, the court needs to be very clear that we could reconsider it, number one, or we could pause completely and go try to have conversations with the city, because once we sign this contract, we're now gonna spend real dollars. And so this is kind of and I'm still gonna continue to vote against items that come up, but this is kind of my last, diatribe at length that I'm gonna make to say, because now we're spending real money. Now today, this is the first real money we're spending. So if the
Yeah,
court
money we
continues.
told people and that bought our bonds that we were gonna spend to improve our community and our county, though.
We didn't say
No, but
how
it's
we were going
included.
to spend that. We said we were going to spend that amount of money
Yeah.
on an animal care facility. We didn't say what facility, because that's what the bonds, it doesn't have to be specific. It has to be in general categories. And so we said, we're gonna spend it. I'm saying, let's look at spending money on animal care. I just don't believe it's in
Yeah.
this fashion.
I
think
I
we should
feel
go
it's
another direction.
disingenuous because we did include in the bond, the CIP, the plan included an animal care facility.
Excellent, but Judge, it's not disingenuous. I've made these comments since the beginning
Yeah.
of time on this, so.
What other care facility have these people built here in Corpus?
Okay, they've not built anything in Corpus. They're a national animal care facility
I know, but national.
builder.
But what I'm saying, couldn't have we gone like to the city or on Holly and say, who built your animal care facility?
Yeah.
And maybe we could have found out and talked to those people.
Yeah.
see what kind
I'll tell you that woulda, coulda, shoulda, let me just tell you, for the last 2 years, we have embarked upon what our needs were. We hired as a court, when you were not here, we hired this group to bring us our needs, and they did a great job, and I know you have a copy of it. And now, with the needs, we moved to the second phase, which is how could we go about funding it? And then we went to the third phase, which is we selected an architect. If we're gonna continue to have integrity, we need to actually keep our word. Our word is our bond. We selected these folks as a group, hey, not 2 years ago, a few months ago. How long is it from April to July that we all have amnesia? We selected them in April with a 5-0 vote. Yeah, amnesia, because it seems like that means when you forget.
No, Judge, it's not amnesia.
Maybe that's the problem.
But if you didn't want to select them, why did you vote in favor of them on April 28th, 2021?
If you're asking me, my answer is.
Yeah,
I'm not,
I
I just
am.
said to you, I'm probably not gonna make that motion. I'm just saying the option does exist, and that needs to be also
All
told.
options, yeah.
Exactly, it just
We-
needs to be clarified, so that
I
that
agree.
option does exist, and we probably should have had that discussion then.
Yeah.
But all I was saying was, I'm not voting against this because of.
I
just-
know,
I'm
you've
voting
got a
against this for-
different reason.
Right, so, you're right, now, but I would like to make a suggestion that, yes, Freeze Nichols is in here, and yes, Terracon is in here, but I do think the possibility could exist that we could get more local participation out of this contract with shelter planners, and if we go, and we say to our consultants, JP and Kyle, hey, guys, we're okay with shelter planners, even though I'm voting against it, but not for those reasons. We're okay with shelter planners, but we want more local in here. So get us more local. And that's what these people, that's what they can do
But that's
for
what
us, if
happens when they get to
can.
the construction phase.
I'm sorry?
Maybe when they get to the construction phase.
Okay.
You know, I mean, that to
could
me
work
is
too.
something that we work on when we get to the construction phase. But right now, the designer is brought in local. I mean, they brought in 2 different local teams. And we chose them on April 28th, 2021. And they've relied upon that selection in good faith, and they've been negotiating good faith, and now we have an agreement. So I'm just gonna call the vote. I mean,
That's fair.
you know, if you want to vote against what we've already done, I suppose, you know, we're going to do it. But at some point, we need to actually learn how to keep our word. And the reliance that people have in us.
That's a good point.
And the good faith is very important.
I agree.
You know? But trust me, these guys are listening, so they hear you loud and clear on local.
Local.
They hear you. They hear you.
I'm okay
I think
with
no
shelter
matter where we are on that side of this
We're
item.
always gonna be
that We
local.
all need to really get that across to whoever is consulting on this. I think we want to see a bigger local component. All I ask is, look, I know this is not a sexy item like a pier, right? The pier is cost revenue. It's,
That is too,
you know,
Commissioner.
that's the feel good, that's the one that gets attention. This is not, right? This is more public health. But I think, you know, obviously, we all agree a new facility is needed. We want it to be efficient. We want it, if we could, to partner with the city. And I don't know, maybe, I think we're too far gone on that, but I don't care for that location because of the community that we serve. It's not necessarily city of Corpus Christi, right? We're more, that was
Yeah.
geared towards more rural, but I'm all for any partnerships that we can do in the future with them. I don't think that the location is gonna, should change much, because, I mean, that went through, you know, committee that we had and recommending, and so it's not a perfect location, right? Like I said, it's near the old show barn, but it's a spot that I think will serve the communities that we're working with right now. And I know at least a couple of areas, a couple of cities have already, you know, shown interest that are already our partners. They don't have animal control or animal care, and they rely on us to go out there and service them. So I think anything we would pull towards the city of Corpus Christi just delays response times and the ability to help control or corral any kind of wild animal or disease-ridden animals. So I think that this is the best that we have. I think we all have been in unison on the local component. And I hope that Kyle hears that. But I just, like I said, I hope you all support it because it is needed. It's not a big ticket item where it's going to be a return on return on investment necessarily, but it will help with overall control. I think that the management of disease, the separation that we don't have now available at that facility, and it gives really just a nice look to the western part of the county with a brand-new county facility out there.
Your minutes.
So I'd like to call the motion to consider a motion to approve the architectural services agreement with LBL Architects. It's the one related to animal care facility, and would you like to make the motion, or I
Yes.
can either way?
So moved,
Okay,
support Shelter Planners
all
of
right,
America.
and I'll second.
Second.
Okay, second.
I was gonna do one discussion. I was gonna second.
ahead.
I was gonna second it, Commissioner, because I supported you last time, and, we talked about it, and I know we need something, but, and you know where I'm coming from on this, and, but I'm gonna continue to support you, but I just, like I said, from this time on, I'm really gonna watch it a little closer, and what we do and how we do things, and, but, I'll support you on this one. I know it's what you want, so.
Okay, I'm gonna let you do that second in that case. I'll let you do the second.
Take a second.
All right, the second, and then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, same sign. Okay, Scott Cross, welcome to the kitchen, it's hot.
Judge, just for your information,
Yeah.
if you like, we do have Joel Romo and
Yes, I know.
Patricia Shipton on to talk about the
Yeah.
legislation, if you
So
like.
look, Scott, let them set the stage,
Okay.
because some of us know a lot about this and others need the background. Joel and Patricia, if you'll unmute and, give us the executive overview of what brings us to this agenda item, which, by the way, Commissioners, is item number 2 on your regular agenda, and it has to do with a legislation that was passed and signed by the governor regarding lifeguards. And whoever wants to take the lead. Patricia, I see you're unmuted.
Ma'am. Happy to. So, yes, ma'am, and Commissioners, this was a bill that Representative Todd Hunter carried during the session. Senator Hinojosa was the Senate sponsor. It's now entitled the Jasani Smith Act in memory of the young man who lost his life. And it was, I will say this, it was a bill that Chairman Hunter was very committed to. It gained a lot of emotional attention. Kiwana Denson, the young man's mother, worked hard in the legislature, carried this bill forward. She's very compelling. This was one of those bills that it is true democracy at work, because it gained a groundswell of parents and advocates. And so while there was a lot of input and a lot of attempts because it affects parks and wildlife, cities and counties all equally have an obligation to meet these requirements that are set forth in the bill. There was a lot of very good technical input, a lot of very good practitioner input on the bill. Again, the emotional and the advocacy that Ms. Denson and her allies put forth were very compelling. And so this is the bill that we came up with. I think Chairman Hunter and Senator Hinojosa attempted to work with interest groups. I'm not saying it was a perfect process, but this is where we are now, and this is the bill put forth. I appreciate Mr. Cross's input. He kept us in touch and kept us informed on all of these things. I will say this, Mr. Cross, and I learned from Chairman Hunter's office yesterday or today, I can't remember which of the conversations it was, but beach safety is an ongoing issue that Chairman Hunter wants to be spearheading in the legislature. And to that end, I think there is some vision on their part to have a task force, and I would like us, you and I and Joel and Mr. Berlanga, to try to work with Chairman Hunter to be more participatory as they're coming up with those ideas. And so I think that's our goal going forward. And with that, I will let you kind of give us a rundown of the very real implementation of this and what it's going to take. Thank you.
You're ready.
Okay. So, when this was all being put together, I really had more interaction with Joel on the phone, but I was glad to see the change. Originally, this was proposed as a March through November type lifeguard program. And that gave me real concern because I know that all our municipal partners that we work with right now have struggled just to fill the summer positions, the regular seasonal positions. So it's now, after it went through its process and inputs and modifications, it's basically the spring break and the Memorial Day through Labor Day, which is manageable for all of us. Because I was hearing from City of Galveston County, Port A, Corpus, Cameron County, City of South Padre. For whatever reason, I'm honored, but they were all calling me on what I thought about this. And I was also concerned at the time of what the Affordable Care Act was going to do to us under the employer mandate, not the individual mandate. That went away. And under the employer mandate, if you have seasonal positions, which lifeguards are a lot of times, you can't work them above 50% effort or greater for more than 4.5 months, and they become basically FTEs. And so I provided that input to Joel. I looked at that, and so, you know, only interjected factual things that we need to consider. I was never, you know, opposing the bill or anything. It's just things that we needed to consider that we would have to cover. So, but before all this really came about, Chief Dale Scott, who's here with me, Greg Fuller was also here earlier. Greg Fuller, I know Commissioner's familiar with him. Greg Fuller was actually the gentleman who actually spearheaded and ran the county's lifeguard program when the county, before the city annexed back in 2002, when the county did all lifeguarding on the entire beach in Nueces County. And so he works with Port A's program right now. And so it was back, I guess it was 18, 19, somewhere around there. I went to Chief Scott and I said, hey man, I said, and this was just pie in the sky idea long before any of this other stuff started, long before just Sonny Smith got her program started. I said, what would it look like if we brought our lifeguard program back under ESD number 2? Because I was familiar with Greg. I was familiar with USLA, United States Life Saving Association standards that ESD would want to achieve under a program, and it's the highest level of quality program you can get. And I've researched out the programs that are on the West Coast, the ones that are on the East Coast, other ones on our coast. And they're true programs like that. And most of these programs, these lifeguard programs, they either live with a LA County Sheriff's Department, ESD2, or fire department. They don't exist outside of those entities. And the reason why is because at your ESD fire station, outside of what they would need as far as equipment, dedicated to a full-time lifeguard program, these guys already got a fire station, a fire engine. They've already got an ambulance. They've already got paramedics. They've already got EMTs. Because I know when the commissioner, I guess it was in 2019 or 20, Dale called me and he said, what kind of FTEs do I need to start a lifeguard program? I said, no, we don't want to go that route. We want to give it to somebody who's already halfway there. It's very expensive to start one from the ground up. So in the midst of all this coming about, it's all kind of timely. I had mentioned something to the commissioner about it a good while back, and he wanted to see a proposal. And so I sat down with Dale, or Chief Scott, and Greg, and we kind of came up with a proposal, which I think they attached to your agenda item. They called me on Friday and asked me for it. And so it's just something to consider. You know, I've had conversations with the commissioner, Commissioner Chesney, about this, and he's like, wow, I don't know if we can get all there at any one time. I know, and so only way I knew how to approach this was to give you one where you phase it and you just get your equipment, and for 100 and
I think it was more, Scott, if I can interrupt, I think what we talked about and what we're trying to coordinate, Judge, is it shouldn't just be us. What my comment was it should be the ESD, it should be the City of Corpus Christi, it should be Nueces County. We should look at combining and having a beach department of some sort for beach safety and so forth run through the ESD with everybody participating. That's at least the idea that I came up with. Was I think they should run it, but I don't think we should be the only ones participating, because who better to run a beach department than the ESD? Like Scott said, they've got an ambulance, they're there, they're safety trained, and that kind of thing. And even potentially, I don't know that Port A would ever jump in with us, because they've got their own pretty good program, but you could legitimately continue bringing them in too. So I've tried on a couple of occasions to set a meeting, haven't gotten the city on board yet, but so we may just go ahead and meet otherwise. And the ESD is a taxing entity, and, they have, I've said, my hope is we would have them to participate financially as well, because this would be in the scope of what they do. So, and we had already started upping the lifeguard budget going in as far as money, so I don't know how much we have to put forth to meet the bills, what's left with the bill, and of course, I made an additional request this year for additional lifeguard funds in this year's budget. So the proposal that the chief sent over, which was very comprehensive, was well over $1 million budget for proposal and so forth. And so it was kind of like, okay, we gotta.
And would that cover what
That's
the
way
bill?
more. No,
what
that's
the
way
bill-
more than the bill.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
equipment, that's putting together a whole department,
Got it.
basically. So I don't know what it's gonna take
Got
to
it.
cover what Todd's bill says, Scott, so that would be the one I'd be the most interested in.
And just to remind the court and our public, the bill basically covers lifeguards around piers and jetties on both sides. Is that correct?
That's correct.
For a lot of hours.
We do have a bit of a gray area up in Port Aransas because the Aransas Ship Channel, the South Jetty, everybody knows it's Port A South Jetty. That doesn't belong to us. That belongs to the Corps of Engineers. And so, because the beach part of that, we do lease from the Corps, and that basically, I think that's a 25-year lease. I think that lease is up in 2023. So we're gonna have to figure out whether we want, what the benefit is, leasing from the Corps again. But, I mean, it would behoove us to take responsibility and put a guard stand there, because we are leasing the beach that's connected to,
Right.
The Corps is not gonna put a lifeguard out there. So, but, the problem that we're having is, with the current situation is, I've got guards on either side through the city of Port Aransas of Horace Caldwell Pier. We executed that, we're already doing that long before when this bill goes into effect, which is October 1st, I think, September 1st, something like that. So we're already doing that. We already recognize that. You talk to any guard out there, they'll tell you the piers are hot spots because of the rip current that naturally occurs with the water coming in and out around those piers. I don't have that same luxury at Bob Hall. I hate to tell you that. And I'm just not getting that kind of service through that contract over there. And I know this, y'all aren't gonna say this, and this probably doesn't reflect y'all's thoughts. This is me, Scott Cross, Coastal Park, saying it. I don't know that I wanna participate with Corpus in that.
And that's okay, that'll be the court's decision.
Yeah.
It's a financial participation, because if the city doesn't want to, great. But in my opinion, we are all on the same beaches. The ESD, my idea is the ESD runs it, interlocal agreement between city and county to fund along with the ESD. So the ESD would run it.
Okay.
And the city, and maybe I didn't clearly articulate that, and the city and the county would be a funding partner along with the ESD.
Okay,
Because
okay, I got it
think
now.
they ought to run it.
Yes,
And they
I
ought to
can
do
live
it.
with that.
Right, no, because, look, the city's not an expert in doing it either, and in fact, let's call it like it is, they don't pay what we wanna pay lifeguards, right? We've already had that discussion, Port A pays more, they're gonna get better lifeguards. We pay more at Parker Pool, I think, than the city's paying some of their lifeguards on the beach. That's not something, but that's not a negative, that's just what the city's made a choice to do. So I want the ESD to run it, but the city and the county
Yeah.
enter into an interlocal agreement to help
The
fund
ESD
it.
could get it, the ESD with their.
I may not like that idea. I haven't talked, we haven't had that meeting yet, right? Okay, I'm just, yeah.
But the way that would be structured underneath them would be the way a true lifeguard program should be structured. Now, and Port A is going towards that model. They're already almost there. City of Corpus Christi is not using that model. The head lifeguard's got to go talk to the beach parking sticker seller to get to the next person, to get to the next person.
Yeah,
It's totally,
it's
just,
not professional.
no, it's not gonna work. Yeah, I'll take their money, but I don't wanna take anything else.
And, one of the nice things that we've learned is how valuable first responders can be when you have multiple disasters all at the same time. So for instance, this legislation, and one of the things that we were interested in is, what funding sources, there could be potentially from the state. So I know Joel and Patricia are still listening. Part of having a champion for beach safety is also having an advocate, for funding at the legislature, because it's in everybody's best interest. The coast belongs to Texas. We're stewards here in Nueces County. We have to care for it, but it belongs not to us. And as a result, we think that maybe there could be, just like there's dollars for beach maintenance from the general land office, perhaps there could be dollars for lifeguard, if we bring it up to a level that
Professional.
is professional.
Absolutely.
Well, I
And
got-
that's what we all desire.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Joel and
Patricia?
Patricia, check this out, and I mentioned this with Joel. If y'all know y'all got another session coming up, okay? Here's a win-win idea. Okay, so many of you on the court know that we participate in the beach maintenance reimbursement program. That was on the consent agenda today that approved that. That's where we track all of our expenses. 2/3 of our expenses are eligible for reimbursement. Dale will tell you we hardly see, we get about 4% of what we spend back. That's about it. It's pennies on the dollar, but at least it's something. I sometimes wonder if it's even worth us doing the paperwork on, Dale. So anyhow, so if there was a way, and I don't know if the budget's already set at the state level, but if there was a way, maybe not now in the future, that the general fund could put more money into the program that many of us on the coast participate in, called the Beach Reimbursement Program, to where we would have more of our uncovered lifeguard expenses eligible for reimbursement than what they are now. The reason why it's limited, there's just not any money there to cover all those expenses. And so it was just an idea to throw out there. And back to your question about if you wanted ESD number 2 to take over and cover what we have now for the, under the new bill, for next year, you would be looking at, 241, 341, about 440.
And what do we have in the budget so far?
Gosh, I can't remember now. You've requested an additional 50. I thought we had like 180, but I'm not sure, Dale.
And let's talk about the dates
180
too,
now.
because,
And then it would be, so 230 would be where we at if we got the extra 50, and then you're saying it'd be another whatever
Another-
chunk of change that.
Yeah,
right.
but I did ask
Sorry,
Rachel with Haggerty on the ARP program. I sent an email. You may not have had a chance to read it yet, Judge.
I saw it, but I haven't read it.
Okay, I sent it to Maria and Natalie just to keep them up to date. I asked on the ARP program, I asked them specifically, could that kind of funding be used to offset, cover cost and equipment to operate a life-saving program on our county beaches? And she goes, as long as it's the local government carrying it out, yes, it could.
Well, that's tricky.
Oh, okay.
We can use lost revenues to
Right.
pay for that government service.
Which is,
It can be done.
Right.
But that's a great potential. It's a long story, but
Okay.
basically, if lost revenues, they're only finite, we want to use them for everything. But yes, it could definitely be a government we could use lost revenues to fund this if that was the best funding source.
Okay, so I'm just throwing out
Yeah, yeah.
ideas out
And so
there. I
the-
also shared with the commissioner,
Scott, hang on one second. And so what he's articulating is the baby step here was, okay, until we can get the department done, how are we better served by using our funds? To me, again, no offense to the city, the ESD, this is what they do for a living, emergency services, right? So we would, first step would be to shift over the current agreement we have with the city to the ESD, and we would provide that funding. Again, putting them on notice, am I going to say, hey, at some point, am I gonna want some money from the ESD on this too? Yeah, absolutely. And they'll have to make that decision as a board and figure out where they're gonna come up with theirs, just like we have to figure out what we're gonna come up with ours. But again, it's a natural occurrence for the ESD, in my opinion, to take over anything related to safety in that area, because this is what they do for a living, and they're really good at it. So that was the kind of long-term approach and short-term approach. And obviously, to get to Hunter's amount, we're gonna have to, look at coming up with more, and it is what it is.
So what do you think the contingent liability is, so that Dale can really understand that? What's the number to satisfy the bill? I mean, let's talk about.
440, 450,
450,000.
yeah.
Okay.
Well, maybe not that big, because you take what we already got. We got 180, and if you give them the 50 that they asked for this year,
230, yeah.
that's 230, so then you're not making as big of a leap. You're just taking what you already have budgeted, so then you're,
So
then you're
two, so 220.
yeah, yeah.
More or less,
Now-
Dale.
Actually, the budget, we have 320,000.
Okay, so,
We have 320?
so we've got 320 total,
You requested, yes.
and we need,
Four,
we
440,
need 440,
450.
so we're not that far off.
No, and here's
And
another.
we, forgive me, but I'm just trying to get us through this whole ARPA thing.
Yeah.
At least for this year, to buy us some time, we should use we should consider
Yes.
using lost revenue to pay for this year. Just for this year, and then we'll figure it out.
And then here's another idea I threw at the commissioner. And these were just ideas, Commissioners, Judge. This is not, you don't even have to act on them. But I thought, well, okay, so I got put on notice about 2 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago. The city of Port Aransas is now no longer going to participate in the beach parking sticker program with the city of Corpus and the
Are they
county.
gonna do their own?
They're gonna do their own.
What's their prize?
I don't know what their new price is gonna be. I'm
That's
thinking it's probably gonna be
interesting.
about 15 or 18. I'm just guessing.
It hadn't been raised in years.
The beach parking sticker fee has been the same for 15 years. It's never been raised.
Yeah, well, we've talked about this. I mean,
Yeah.
this is where we're kind of going wrong on revenue, you know?
So when they pull out, what's gonna happen is, we all three share, Commissioners, when you buy a $12 beach parking sticker, it gets divided up amongst the city of Corpus, city of Port Aransas, and Nueces County. Nueces County gets the least amount, because they based it on the linear feet of beach you take care of. However, it's disingenuous because Nueces County has the more facilities and services that have more wear and tear on the beach. They don't have restrooms, showers, piers, parking lots, and stuff like that. Well, we've just never really gone there anyhow. So, I mean, there may be a path forward too for helping offset the cost that we're going to continue to incur, because you're going to have to, when you start recruiting lifeguards, you're going to need to be at the $16 to $18 range at minimum, because in order to get, and Dale, that's pretty, because what we're seeing, that's where Port A's at. Port A's at $18 an hour. You know, they had to get there
Yeah.
in order to recruit what they need to recruit, because you got to think of it. By the time you're in that situation where you're responding to an incident, not doing preventative, but you're responding, you're putting your own life at great risk to try to get out there in that surf and save that person, if you can. You know, Corpus had the deal the other day where one of their lifeguards had to get rescued while they were trying to do a rescue. You know, and so, but anyhow, so the beach parking sticker thing, it's going to be kind of quirky here once Port A pulls out. And you know, there've been discussion for many years, a lot of years I've been here about raising it, and the only thing I've told people was, well, let's tell the people when they have to pay more for the beach parking sticker, what additional services are they getting? That's all they
Right,
want.
what's the value?
Yep.
What's our value? Just like South Padre Island has $100 a year, and look at what the amenities are for that $100. It's phenomenal.
Yep.
And so that's something we'll have to weigh in our future. But just to go back to this, so you feel like we have a good plan,
Yes, I do.
and you feel like we have at least a concept on the dollars that it would take to get us that plan. And then you're asking the court at this time, I mean, do you believe that we could work with the county attorney? I mean, I'd like to see that plan in a format where we could sign it, you know? I mean, where we could actually initiate our responsibility
I know
at
he'll
least.
have to go to his board, right?
Right, but I think I think we're getting that sense that it's time.
Well, but I'm not for, especially Commissioner Gonzalez, I'm not asking you for any money right now. I'm just pitching this out there.
Don't be afraid of him.
I am. So, and let me tell you, this is all very much in the infant stages. There is no, like, there's no formula, there's no, I don't have who's gonna do what or how it's gonna be, and I'm not, you know, and I don't want the misperception to be, because I got an email from someone that didn't quite understand. I'm not asking the ESD to fund this without help. I'm saying the proposal would be that we would provide, the county would provide in the proposal, the majority of, and the city would pay, and the city didn't have to participate. I'm just letting them, if they don't want to, then they don't have to. They can do their own thing. We'll just do our part. And if the city wants to participate, then they would pay a share, and like, they've already got a lifeguard budget. So it'd be like, they take their lifeguard budget, we take our lifeguard budget, we get an interlocal agreement with the ESD, and we let the ESD run the program. They might have to pay a little bit, who knows? So there's there's no set formula yet, because we haven't even sat down and had the time to, you know, put it together, because I can't get the meeting set yet. Not because of the ESD, they were very kind. And if the city, I've sent an email to Councilman Smith and copied the mayor to see if they want to participate. If they do, great. If they don't, they may like how they run their own thing and they don't want anything to do with it.
But let's agree that
That's fine.
it's in everybody's best interest.
proposal
You
at this
want to
point.
have a consistent emergency response. It makes no sense whatsoever to have somebody who's trained differently with different equipment, 200 linear feet down the beach. It goes back to the blue trash cans and the green trash cans. It's silliness.
Yeah.
You're either gonna be professional and save lives, which is what Chairman Hunter wants us to do, and that's why he passed this. He knew it was gonna cost us dollars. That was not hidden. He knew that it mattered. And so in order to do it right, the city and the county need to come into lockstep and, quite frankly, have a consistent emergency protocol. If they want to do their own thing, it needs to match up with the consistency of the professionalism of what we're proposing. That's what at SPI, you walk down, you see every vehicle, it has, you know, it's got you know that vehicle is emergency response for the beach. You know that the lifeguard stands are all painted a certain way. You know that you have expectations, and that's where safety gets heightened. That's what I think they need to do. And
Well, they would need ESD number 2, just so you're aware of this, they would need 4 to 6 months lead time to stand up everything that they would need on their equipment side in order to make this a go. And then you got to start your recruiting. You got to find your senior guards, your junior guards, and I mean, it's
but
some.
these are professional people. These are not, this is not seasonal work.
No. I mean, that's why, you know, I mean, we ought to try to look at that ARP stuff. I don't know what the silver lining is there, but if we could actually turn this thing into where we could find a way to fund it for 5 years and be able to keep,
Yeah, it doesn't work that way, Scott. It ends in 2024.
Okay.
Okay, but just so you know, you're on the right track. The thing to do is get us started with a plan and understand what the liability is, and then go after other funding.
Yeah.
Whether it's federal or state. But just remember, when you have a state law, you should look to your state partners to help you fund it.
Yeah.
And that's why Joel and Patricia are here, to help us understand. They need to know what we need, what our needs are, so they can go out and look for those dollars.
What's this governor's resiliency plan you mentioned
Well,
earlier
that's
today?
the one I like.
I don't even know any details about it.
Yeah, it's brand new.
Yeah, so that may be some answers there, but anyhow, I'm not, you know, trying to push y'all in one direction or another, other than ESD is where we need to go.
Okay.
And I prefer that if the city is a partner, they're just a financial partner, not any kind of programmatic driven or carrying out any programmatic issues or responsibilities. Sorry, just the way it is.
Right. Well, at the end of the day, the county's really the overall seer, right?
Yeah.
Of the
Well,
dunes and the, and.
Yeah, I mean,
and
we're the ones that have the Dune Protection
have-
Authority,
right.
not the city, even though they think they're doing the ERP. That's not it. ERP is a supplement to the beach management plan.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
yes, we are, but, you know, I mean, Dale and Greg could tell you, I mean, Judge, you guys, you and Tyler, y'all grew up here around the beach. I mean, at one time, that's all you saw was county. What you're looking at to get at South Padre Island that they have is what you had here in the county until they annexed and they just cut this chunk of the pie out and didn't figure out how the reorganizational development, the department, since they cut the pie out after they annexed out there. Because the county coastal parks department lost all the hot money. We used to be totally 100% funded on hot tax before the city annexed out
Used to
there.
have 88 employees out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is why.
That's a good perspective. We used to have this, and it got
Right.
cut
And-
somewhere back in the day. And so,
Well,
look, you know me, I'm the last guy who likes to spend money, but when it comes to safety,
Beach.
holy cow. I mean, we've got to figure out, and we've got money already going different places to safety. All I'm trying to do is figure out a way to do it as best we can. And
Yeah.
again, not to say anything, but I think we can get better lifeguard
Yeah.
coverage in a different way than we're getting it now.
How many have we lost so far? 9?
You know, if, you know, Patricia and Joel, I'm just thinking out loud, you know, we start thinking about the opportunities that counties might have, you know, to create their own TERS, right? I mean, there's all kinds of opportunities for us to be able to create, it's because it's not just personnel, it's infrastructure. So, I mean, This is why we wanted you to hear part of this discussion. We'll get you if you do
Well-
not have a copy of the plan, Scott, could you make sure you get it to Joel Romo and
Yep.
he'll get it to Patricia?
Yeah, and I think so, and Judge, especially if Chairman Hunter wants to have an ongoing discussion about this and really set up a task force, then I think there's an opportunity for Scott to be involved in that and see if we can kind of start talking about what it really takes to do this and do it the right way.
Right. And again.
Show our commitment.
Right. And Brent, you're gonna have to really start vetting this concept of, beach parking permit, because we're carrying all the lion's share of the responsibility. But the truth is that we're getting minuscule amount of dollars from the beach permit. And we can do great things with it and still offer great military discounts, great annual discounts. But if you really wanna see that become an asset that has the right amenities and the right safety, it's gotta come from the people that use the beach.
Yep.
That's how it's done up and down from Galveston to South Padre Island. And I don't, like you said, I don't know what happened, but most likely it didn't, nobody thought about it because they did get hot tax money. And when that came out, it just went by the wayside. We need to re-look at it because, again, Coastal Parks is gonna have a 440, at least, let's just call it $450,000 liability just on lifeguards. Okay, just on lifeguards, 450,000, not anything else. And it comes at a time we're really hurting for programmatic revenue. And so I think that that's a way that we can say, hey, but look at the value you're getting. It's not somebody who got a certification, this is somebody who is I would imagine you have EMT training. Sure. I mean, these are paramedics at the end of the day.
So that's all I've got.
Yes, sir.
Judge, it's Joel. Before, we wrap up, I did want to say, y'all are very fortunate to have Scott Cross over there. He provided a lot of guidance on other bills that could have been impactful to Nueces County on the Parks and Rec side. So he kept me very informed, and we shared it with the team and the delegation. So, we look forward to working with y'all on implementation of this bill.
Agreed. Thank you very much, Scott. Thank you.
I don't mind at all. I like doing this stuff.
It's great. Well, you have the relationships and the partnerships up and down the coast, and that means that when you call, people really know that, you're right on the money. I guess you've provided as much information as we can do at this point, and I would say that, just look for this. This bill takes effect September 1, is that correct?
Correct. But understand, we're already implementing aspects of this bill already up in Port Aransas. So I think that's important for us to say we're ahead of the game. I mean.
We are ahead of the game.
We don't have it completely covered, but we're doing it,
Right.
trying it.
I just worry, guys, that there's not much time between now and September 1, so I'd like for Dale to make this part of our contingency liability in the budget.
Good question.
So that we can, make certain we take care of that which is expected of us.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Joel and Patricia.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner, bye.
See you, Scott.
Okay, item number,
Chief, thanks for coming. Do you wanna
thanks
add?
so much for spending all day with us. As
Somebody,
a
Chief.
citizen,
Go save somebody.
you're enriched.
Yeah, go save somebody.
Nice guy.
Yep.
Item number 9 is discuss and consider approval of the BCFS Incident Management Team Response Services contract, and Melissa is on the line. And, let me see, I know that Jenny brought me something, and I know they have not signed this contract yet. So this is for our consideration, but it would have to be contingent upon them signing it. Melissa, it has all the all the wording that we want, let's put it that way. It's been vetted by our side. Melissa? Those are all ready.
Can we table this, Judge?
Let me get Melissa, I don't know if it's time sensitive or not. I need to ask
today.
Melissa to get,
Got it today.
I wouldn't,
I just got it, I just don't know what it's about. but-
Melissa,
It was just given to me.
No, I just got, Jenny just gave it to us or something.
yeah, Jenny gave it to us
Fine,
earlier.
Somebody, I can't remember. We wanna,
Melissa? Okay, let's skip it for a little bit. Could you text her? Let's skip it just for a second and come back. Okay. I'm going to move to Tyner and the American Disabilities Act at this time. It's item number 10.
You know, yeah, I'm gonna go back to number 9. I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion. To table it.
Well, we need to see if it's important for emergency management response. We're in hurricane season. We have rain coming up. I want to make certain, I don't mind tabling it as long as Melissa believes that it's not an importance to emergency management. I think that's an important aspect before we vote on a tabled item. But we're going to reach her. Give us a second. Okay. I believe this is still in connection with vaccinations, Jenny, on BCFS. So I want to double check that with Melissa. But I'm almost certain that it is. And so that's what it, but I'd rather her present.
May I proceed, Judge?
Go ahead, you may.
As I promised last court, I would update things, and we did have meetings. Briefly, I'm just going to suggest to you that the diagram now has some more green in it. It has some more orange in it, which is a good thing. There's certain things in white that are just not moving. For example, the jail, there's no appetite, I think, by the court to do anything with the jail at this point. Y'all have actually, with regard to ADA, from time to time you talk about a new jail, and actually to make the main jail ADA compliant, we would lose beds. So that's something that I just sense the court has no appetite to do related to the ADA. However, we do have an accessible dormitory out at the McKenzie Annex. So there's a green bar on that one. Juvenile justice will be looking at, the Borchard Stadium's in gray, Agua Dulce is in gray. There's some certain things at McKenzie that we don't have planned to fix yet because we do have an accessible dormitory. But if you look, we have Polston in blue, Hazel Bazemore is in blue, the courthouse is in blue, and that's out for bid right now. We finished some things in green. And for your information, Teresa collected with LAN and others, collected data, and so the smaller spreadsheet I passed out to you has been recalculated. And the good news is we have a surplus of a little over $800,000 in that account, and I would ask that you leave it there for now because we may need that. Along these lines, there's a lot of things to get complete in the orange. Those are progressing, and our plan is to turn those to green, and green means completed. Again, these are the items in attachment I, J, and K. Also, LAN is working with CLK Architects to do some other countywide accessibility projects. So I presented the PowerPoint last court. It's been updated to reflect the updates on this particular diagram. The judge and I have a scheduled Zoom meeting with the Department of Justice and our investigator on July 29th. At that meeting, we are going to get a feeling from the DOJ how things look for us going forward. As you know, the extension that they gave us ends at the end of September of this year, and we need to talk about how things look moving forward. And we do have a plan for countywide accessibility. LAN is helping us with that. Again, the big project out right now is the courthouse. And you can imagine that it's a very tedious bidding project. There's a lot of questions, there's a lot of feedback. It's a very tedious project, and so probably in the coming weeks, we're going to be coming back at you with some bids. Again, that project is $8.8 million. So this is the most updated. We all got together and updated this. We're going to do the PowerPoint for the DOJ on the 29th, and I will be drafting a cover letter in accordance with the feedback that we get from the DOJ. Just for purposes of this court, it may ask for an extension. They've indicated to us that there's not going to be a release, even though we would like to be released from the settlement, but it's likely going to be a request for an extension for probably 2 years. So anyway, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to try and answer those questions. But the point is, we're going to keep on working on accessibility.
Can you tell us or give us something on what is missing and what is needed still in some of these areas? You know, if you're coming up, but we don't know what's missing. What do we need to do to correct it? I mean, I know you guys are working on it somehow, but we need to know also, because if I can do something, I'll do it. So
Okay.
I need to know what areas.
And what we can do is, you know, with regard to your parks, there's no plan moving, you know, forward. And I changed the color of Amistad because we did some accessible features out there, but it's just a matter of having somebody to look at it. You probably need some, you know, some sidewalks out there, accessible parking. But
we did that already too.
well, I had Edward on the phone when we went over this, and he did not.
I would take the gray and start there. If your
Yeah.
precinct has a gray box, that's the one that you can look at. But CLK,
But I think I like the orange too, because if there's not too much to do, and there's something I can do, I want to do it.
Right, and so, I mean, I think, you know, I would put this on the wall in your office.
Sure.
And go through it.
but to answer his question, there is a backup documentation specifying everything down to the, I mean, it's pretty detailed, unless it's in gray. If it's in gray, it needs to go back to somebody to actually go have it evaluated.
Exactly.
So if you wanna help, it can either be gray to get it going or orange
Yeah.
to help it be
Well, that's what I
finished.
mean, I want the orange, because I got two that are in orange.
Okay. I will get with you on that, Commissioner. I'll get back with you and see what we need.
Okay, thank you.
And just remember that we have on the streets a huge bid coming up for at least what, $8 million worth of work?
Yeah, this courthouse.
Right, so, yeah, so anyway, just to have that recognition. Okay, Tyner, any other questions for Tyner on the summary of where we are? We're gonna keep doing this. It's important to keep updating, so you'll see this as a recurring agenda item. And of course, you know, we'll keep you posted on August 4th as to the results of July 29th meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
So Tanner, it looks like everything in my precinct's complete.
I would suggest that you probably made the most progress out of, you know, a lot of these facilities. There's probably some issues at Hazel Baysmore with
Oh, yeah,
regard to
gotcha.
trails.
Yeah. Well, the dog park too.
Yeah, and so, but you do have an attachment O on the Hilltop facility, which means it's ADA compliant. You got that on the Bodie building as well. And Hazel Baysmore, we're going forward. You know, there's some accessibility plans with regard to parking and the sidewalks, and we need accessible restrooms out there. So that's what we'll be working on. And I believe Sablatura Park may be in your precinct. No. Commissioner Mata, sorry. You know, I think that's a park we may be looking at too. Purposefully, we did leave the parks for last. And so we're trying to get our, facilities fixed first, but as we go from year to year, we'll keep on tackling projects. Again, to make everything that the county has more accessible.
Very good. Thank you, Tyler.
Okay, thank you. Okay, item number 11, do we have any overtime to discuss regarding our county policy on declared disasters as it relates to COVID-19, severe weather preparedness and response, and any authorized payment for exempt city county health district employees? Dale?
You should have received the information when you came in this morning. There's a total of 5 hours and 5.74 hours, all worked by Mr. Herrera in different locations. A few times here at the courthouse, at the Goodwill location, and the multiple other locations we don't have individually identified. The total hours is 5.74 hours at a total cost of $264.27.
All right, I've got a motion, I'll second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And as well, we need to ask if this is to be continued.
Okay, I've got a motion to continue. Is there a second? A second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. 1 nay. Okay, I'll ask if Melissa might be available at this time to go over item number 9. Melissa? Oh, I thought we got her on the phone. Okay, Tyner, I'm sorry, I did not text her because I thought maybe I misunderstood. Will someone please text her and let her know we can't hear her, or we can't? And so at this time, let's go to your budget change order, Dale. Change order number 17.
Yes, Your Honor, budget change order 17 is a one-page report. The largest one is for the medical examiner. It does seem a lot for temporary, but they were short a medical examiner, so we had to bring in temporary services for a medical examiner as this. So that's why the large expense for temporary costs is there. But the other costs are very small. The funds are available for these transfers, and I request your permission to accept this this budget change order for approval.
Okay, is there a motion to accept at this time?
I'll move.
I'll second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign?
No.
Okay. Okay, no for Hernandez.
On the change order? Is that on the change order, right?
That's on the change order. I mean, we have to pay people. Okay.
I'm just asking.
Yeah, no, I'm doing over this. Okay. Number 2 is discuss and consider the 2020 amendment to supplemental pay allocations as designated by the county attorney in accordance with section 460031 of the Texas Government Code.
Yes, Your Honor, every year, the county attorney does receive, I believe the last year was $84,000 from the state for supplemental pay for her staff. It's up at her discretion of how the funds are to be allocated. However, some funds for her are limited by the statutes. She brought in the changes that are being requested for a slight reduction of hers of $4,007 because of a vacancy and as well as a retirement. Some ones are going down, and we have a new employee coming in at $4,273. So they're making these changes for our current fiscal year of 2021. The one for Mr. Dennis will be retrograded back to July 14th when he started, so that maybe those will be taken into account, and I'll be working with the county attorney for her upcoming 2021 budget and submit this for your approval.
Okay, I've got a motion, and how about a second? Second? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, we skipped over the July 7th minutes and the July 14th minutes, and I think there was a motion to table one of them. Is there a motion to approve one of them? Was July 7th was okay? Motion to approve July 7th?
Who made a motion to, who made a motion to table?
We're gonna table? I thought we were just gonna, I thought she said it was just leave it alone.
Just leave it alone?
Yeah, I think
Okay,
we're
well, can I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Right, so moved, right?
And a
what Jenny said,
second?
Right, yeah.
Okay, and all those in favor signify by saying aye? Aye.
I'd like to move table number 9.
Okay, I don't think she's available, so I guess that's what we're gonna have to do. And
Second.
they haven't signed it, If we need it and there's something pressing, I'll just let you guys know, okay? Motion to table item number 9 in a second. Okay, Melissa, I've got a motion.
I'm
and
so
a-
sorry, Judge, I was taking care of a matter in the EOC.
That's all right. I've got a motion and a second to table the BCFS. I'm calling for discussion. We'll bring it back. They haven't been able to sign it anyway, Melissa. But having said that, could you at least explain can you wait till August 4th? In other words, is this an emergency to continue their work, or may it wait?
So for this particular contract, we can definitely wait to
Great.
the next one. Now, I just want to make sure, because I missed the beginning part. This is the new BCFS
It is.
contract?
It is.
Okay.
Well, you
Okay.
know, it's the
No.
one that I was handed this morning.
Yeah, that's new, that'd be new.
It's the,
For the hurricane, Judge?
well,
Response.
it's, yeah, the scope of work is basically, able to deploy an incident management team.
Yes, okay, so this particular, so we found out recently that TDEM is going to be able to deploy IMTs, or incident management teams.
Hold on one
These
second.
teams-
Hold on one second.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Procedure is, if we have a motion to table, you're not supposed to discuss. If we need to withdraw that.
Yeah,
But I
let's
thought she said we could wait on this one and do it later. So
Yeah.
we either need to do one or the other is all I
Okay,
was
what
gonna
happened,
say.
Melissa, is while we were waiting for you, there was a motion to table and second. I was trying to make certain that it wasn't, imperative. If that's the case, if it can wait, let us just vote on the table, and then I'll get you to do a nice presentation when you can.
Okay,
Okay?
that's fine.
And then hang on for just 1 second, because we still need you on one other matter. A motion
Sure.
and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, post same sign. Okay. All right, and then Melissa, since we have you, and we've actually finished all of the other matters, we really shortchanged you this morning. There's been some important, I think, action that FEMA has taken on a letter, and I think it's important that the court knows about it. I thought Annette did a good job on item number 1 on COVID-19, but I do want to ask you if there's any other information you want to give on item number 1 before we move on to item number 2.
No, I think Annette covered everything very well this morning.
I do too. The only thing I need to tell everybody is that there's going to be a press conference on Thursday on the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, and you'll get a notice of that, I hope, very, very soon, as in tomorrow's Thursday, right? Yeah. So I think we're going to drop it. I'm hoping that Tyner, if we can get that information, maybe what time it's going to be, we'll add it. But I feel like it's at 3:00 for some reason. I don't know why I feel like it's in the afternoon. But anyway, the point is that we're launching messaging for the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. And I want you to know that thanks to some volunteers in the Red Cross and others, we're going to have a table here next week on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for residents to come and get information. And then we'll send them to, obviously, to the experts who are handling the program for us. But we need to get some good messaging, and we hope that you'll help us on that. We'll send you all the information as soon as possible.
Is that both for rentees and landlords?
Yes. It is. It is. And we're going to invite the JP it's going to be good. Again, it's an opportunity to just highlight everything we've already said, but, I'm just concerned that there's not like a number that we've all memorized. So, we want to memorize that number so we can tell our constituents. Okay, so then Melissa, we tackled 4 on the floods, but how about, is there anything you want to mention about Bob Hall Pier or the winter storm?
I think right now, I just really want to discuss the winter storm. So we received the FEMA, it's the preliminary damage assessment review. And this is based on the items that we submitted for Winter Storm Uri. We received that review, and at this time, based on our submitted documentation, we submitted for almost $5 million of damage. And it looks like, according to this, at this time, The only thing that's been approved, or the only amount, I should say, that's been fully approved for reimbursement is in the amount of $14,938. But if you go line item by line item through the review, most of it in the findings annotate that there's a lack of documentation and photographs supporting documents, et cetera. So what we're asking Haggerty to do right now is to help draft a letter that's requesting more time to submit the documentation for the other items that were being deemed as not or reimbursable due to lack of supporting documentation. So the time for that. And then also preparing to draft that potential, we didn't get denied the assistance like we did for Hurricane Hannah. So this is a little bit different. It's just that they're not covering as much, reimbursing as much as we like. It's a small drop in the bucket compared to what we submitted. And I do believe this is really going to change when we're able to submit more documentation. So Haggerty's going to help us writing the letter, the request letter, and Cheatham's already been informed that that's what we're going to be doing. And they're also Haggerty's also going to be helping us compile the missing documentation. What's nice is we know exactly what items were submitted that's missing documentation. So it's not as much of a wild goose chase. We know exactly what doesn't have enough documentation, and we can go straight for gathering that. It doesn't mean we have exactly the documentation that they're looking for each of those items, but I know that when we submit and we get it back, that reimbursable amount is going to look very different. I'm not sure exactly why the number is so incredibly low, other than there's just not enough supporting documentation. And we'll find these issues continuing. I spoke the other day about, and I believe it was with you, Judge, about how we're seeing this pattern, right? Ever since COVID, we had Hurricane Hannah, and that was the first time FEMA did not send out assessors, people to do damage assessments. Now we find a next storm, winter storm, where they also didn't send out damage assessors, and we're bumping up to a very similar issue. And so I'm not sure what their game plan is. Moving forward, are they going to start sending those damage assessors, or are we going to continue to find this problem where we are responsible for that initial assessment, and despite submitting documentation and photographs and other, it's still not meeting their standards? And so I'm not sure exactly what to expect from this, and if this is a permanent change from FEMA to not send out the damage assessors to sites into the jurisdictions. It's completely changed everything. But I do believe that upon submitting more documentation, the number of what they're planning on reimbursing us should be very different.
Yeah, I spoke just by email to Chief Lucio earlier, Melissa, and, I told her I'd get her, I was in court, and I'd get her a formal letter in response, but maybe tomorrow, but, obviously, we're very worried about it. It's $1 million worth of damage, and to basically say you're not going to get anything is like a double whammy after Hannah. But adversity, we're not new to it, so we'll just keep plugging away, and we're going to try to revamp our documentation so that we can see. But just so you guys know how capricious they're being, they're using things like National Weather Service said we didn't exceed our snowfall limit. Well, shoot, it only snows here every 100 years. Of course we didn't exceed our snowfall limit. So they won't pay for any of our de-icing, okay? So it's things like that. So we're gonna go back, talk about the weather, talk about the issues that we had, and really try to document it in a way that tells our narrative, so that we can have consideration. And then, of course, we'll do our advocate work. Okay, so anyway, Melissa, all that being said, I did find out that the ERAP meeting, press conference is at 2 p.m. and it's right here. It's right here in Commissioners Court tomorrow at 2 p.m. And also, Melissa, since we're finishing up with all your reports, I need to disclose that while you were talking, I'm very concerned. I just got the COVID numbers for today, and they are terrible. We have 300 cases. We had 148 yesterday. We had 300 today. You and I will need to visit offline, but we're gonna have to, we're gonna have to completely go back into emergency management gear again. If our hospitals hit the 100 mark on hospitalizations, guys, we cannot afford to go backwards. We have to stay steady. And that means we've got to increase that vaccination. It's the best line of defense. And remember what Annette said this morning. If you only get one shot, it's just 33% effective. I'm not sure we've gotten that message out. And so I'd like to get that message out stronger so that people will go get that second shot. But 300 cases means that 10% of those would most likely wind up being hospitalized if the trends continue. That's another 30 in the hospital. That'll get us to 100. That means Melissa and I are going to be working overtime fulfilling STAR requests because they're going to need more personnel. That's where you don't want to be. So please do everything you can to message tonight through your social media platforms. Encourage people to get informed, make good decisions, and seek out the vaccine, all three kinds at La Palmera Mall.
Been announcing that on CNN and on the news stations. They keep announcing that they gotta have 2 shots. So
Right.
some people don't see CNN though,
Yeah.
or other stations, but every day they talk about it too. 'Cause
Yeah.
I wish they would.
So hopefully we can find someone we know and love to go get that shot.
Yeah.
Okay, we are done, Melissa. We'll catch up with you back on the BCFS, put it back on the agenda for us next time. And I'll ask if anyone has any adjournments in memory.
I do.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Judge, first one today is Tila Sturgeon. Tila passed away on July 13.
Sorry. Brent, I forgot something.
Oh, go ahead.
Is it all right if I stop you?
Sure.
We forgot a resolution.
What resolution?
It's one that we had in the beginning that we postponed.
But he wasn't here.
He wasn't here, but still, let's do it because it's this weekend, no?
Right, it's coming up
It's July 31st.
Oh, then go ahead and just pass it. Motion to pass.
We
the
signed it, but we
resolution.
didn't, yeah. A motion to pass and second, and all those in favor of commemorating Gus Cargill's 99th birthday, celebrating his beginning of his 100th year.
That's cool.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And Judge, if I may just quickly read the now
Absolutely.
therefore.
Please do, now
Because,
therefore.
because we actually talked to him last night and learned that there's a particular imbibement that we put in the resolution. I'll just read the
All
now
right,
therefore.
please do.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas hereby congratulates Gus Cargill Jr. on his 99th birthday and welcomes all citizens of Nueces County to celebrate with the Commissioners Court to extend to him and his family sincere best wishes for continued happiness. Y más tequila, por favor.
I love it. He says that's the secret to his long life. He has a glass of tequila every day, and he's an amazing person. And just so you know, he has a great connection to Nueces County, the Saxit Gun Show, which he has been in charge of and running for years and years. They are our largest tenant every year at the Nueces County Fairgrounds. So we're thankful for his relationship with Nueces County. And also, please remember that through his fabrication company, they built the Fallen Heroes Memorial. So we're very partial to the Cargill family and their work with Nueces County, and we're wishing you feliz cumpleaños. Okay, I'm going to restart you completely to honor the person, Ms. Tila.
Item up there, G1, she didn't take, Tyler wants to
Oh,
table it.
and we forgot you, Dale.
Tyler said we'll do it next court.
Yeah, I want you to have a little bit more of an audience.
Yeah, we can
do that.
copy it over next court
That'd be
and
great.
spend more
Thanks.
time on it.
Thanks, appreciate it. He had a nice recognition, but let's have people here when we do
You want to
it.
table it, or do you want? That's fine. Motion to table?
Motion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And Judge, on the collaboration with the city of Driscoll, that number 8 was a 2-part
We
where
did one.
I believe the interlocal agreement was approved,
Okay.
No, we did the
But-
fees too.
but not the collaboration.
All right, let's
Dishwa-
do the collaboration.
I think he just made a motion to approve number 8, but
All
whatever.
right.
Say no on the collaboration if we didn't.
I mean,
Second.
it's just it's housekeeping. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, pose same sign. Thanks for the catch.
Are we ready to go now, are you sure?
Go ahead.
I'm not gonna, all right. Anybody else?
Go ahead, go ahead.
Anybody else? All right. This is for Tila Sturgeon. She passed away on July 13th, 2021. She was a homemaker, a loving wife, mother, grandmother, great-grandmother, sister, and friend who will be missed by all who knew her. My second one is Eddie Butt, B-U-T-T, and I do not have his obituary, but certainly condolences to their family as well. My third one today is David P. Wright, who went to be with the Lord on June 23rd, 2021, at the age of 84. He spent his last days with loved ones. David was born May 3rd, 1937 in Chicago, Illinois. He retired in Granbury and then moved to Corpus Christi, Texas. He loved traveling, boating, fishing, and was affectionately known on the island as Captain Dave. So I want to offer our condolences to he and his family. Also another islander, Joseph De Palma, who was born in Springfield, Massachusetts. He passed away in Corpus Christi on July 12, 2021. He was a wonderful guy who worked and lived a great life here in Corpus Christi. His lifelong love, hotel management, and his employees meant the world to him, which he showed in his compassion and understanding. So Joe and his wife Ginger moved to Padre Island in September of 2013 to manage the Holiday Inn. He will be greatly missed by all who knew him. That's all I have, Judge.
Okay, thank you. We express our condolences. I know we had one COVID death that was recorded today, which is really yesterday's, but our condolences to that Nueces County family for their loved ones. And as I said, please be very safe out there. As you say, our actions now have our lives, depending upon it. Thank you for your adjournments in memory.
Your Honor,
And
I've got one.
please.
Actually, I've got two. I don't have the information on one. I'll bring that up later. One of my internal audit staff members lost her grandfather. I'll bring that up next court. The one I want to talk about is my GL system analyst, Mr. Julian Mendoza. He lost his mother yesterday. She passed away of cancer. It was real fast. Her name is Jeanette Mendoza, and we help support his family, and we're praying for all of the stuff they're going through. But we know that her mother is now in God's hands.
Thank you. Our condolences to Mr. Mendoza and his whole extended family. Well, are there any other adjournments in memory from commissioners? Okay, then we stand adjourned, and for the clerk, my goodness, exactly 4:30 p.m. Okay. I've got a few things.